Okay, I'd like. Okay, I'm sorry. I did have it on, but your fault, it went off. Anyway, I'd like to say that I acknowledge the passing. He passed yesterday, 62 years of age, much too young. But Brent was always active in politics, and I think in one way or another, probably most of you know him. And I want to send condolences to his family. Too young to be going, and too much yet to do. So, was certainly feel bad about it. It's he was in a coma, as we know, for a long time, and just didn't come out of it. So, and if he had of it, might not have been good either. So, I think we'll all send our regrets. Okay, I'd like to do the I have called the meeting to order. The municipality of Dyfed acknowledges that we are on the traditional territory as the Williams First Treaty Nations, which include Curve Lake, Hiawatha, Alderville, Scugog Island, Rama, Boswell, and Georgina First Nations. And we thank those nations for their care and stewardship as they pass through our lands. Okay. Could I have a resolution to adopt the agenda, Mallory?
Be it resolved that the agenda for the regular meeting of the Council of the Municipality of Dyfed et al. Held on July 23rd, 2024 be approved as presented.
Mover and seconder, Nancy and Walt, all in favor? Carried. Any disclosures of pecuniary interest? Councillor Boyce?
Yeah, on 3D, Murray.
3D?
Yep. Our company has been hired to install a septic system on this property, so.
Okay. Okay, and you'll leave the room when we get to that. Okay. Okay, adoption of the minutes.
Okay. Be it resolved that council approves the following meeting minutes as circulated: regular meeting of council June 25th and public meeting June 25th.
Okay, mover and seconder. Pat and Carm, all in favor? Carried. Thank you. Okay, anything from the county at this point? Okay. Okay. So we have Lilith and Peter with us today on Zoom. We've had the opportunity to have this package since last week. I would hope we've all read it, and you don't have to read it to us again in detail. So I really would like a process here that perhaps you highlight the sections, and then we have discussion, if that's okay with you people, that we have discussion on each section. And is that normally the way you do it, or I don't want to upset the apple cart here, but we do have a long agenda. So somebody answer me.
Sorry, Your Worship, is that a question to the presenters today?
Yeah, that's to the presenters.
Okay. So typically the way we do it is we deliver the presentation, so all of our slides, and at the end of the presentation, we have question period where the audience can ask us some questions, but we do typically go through each section of our presentation.
Oh, you read the whole thing all over again?
We speak to it. We try to avoid reading it word for word, so it may be less formal and fast.
Be negative about it, but we have read it for 3 days. We've had a chance to read it, so I just like you to hit the highlights if you can.
Absolutely.
If that's good with you guys, then let's do it that way. So I'm just going to turn it over to you then. I don't know who's speaking first, but let's go one section at a time and see what we do.
I'll start. Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
My name is Lilith Karapetian, and I'm a municipal advisor at the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing. With me today are my colleagues, Senior Municipal Financial Advisor Peter Sizov and Seamus Coogan, the Municipal Advisor for Haliburton County. And we appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today. I'd like to share my screen and we can get started with the presentation. Just bear with me, please. I hope you can see my screen.
Okay.
Yep,
Okay,
we
thank
can
you.
see it.
Perfect. So our presentation titled Municipal Council Orientation is based on the Ontario Municipal Councillor's Guide, which you can also find online. And to ensure we address all your questions effectively, I kindly ask that you hold any questions until the end of the presentation, and we'll be happy to address them all at a time. Or again, we can just discuss after each slide, section, sorry. And just a quick note, the following information is provided for general guidance and should not be considered legal advice. A brief overview of our Municipal Services Office. This map shows our geography. In our Kingston office, we have staff working in the areas of local governance, land use planning, and housing. We in the Municipal Services Offices are your primary point of contact within your ministry and your portal info into other ministries as well. We try to help build municipal capacity through advice and training on asset management practices, municipal shared services, on land use planning. We also provide advice regarding government initiatives, partner with municipalities and other forums for common goals, and of course, help build effective relationship. Here's an overview of today's presentation. We'll touch on the following topics: role of council, councillor and staff, accountability and transparency, meetings, municipal government, council as lawmakers, exercising municipal powers, and of course, municipal finance. The key to any organization, government, business, industry, or local services club is for everyone to understand their respective roles and relationships. In the next few slides, we are going to review more specifically the role of the head of council, the head of council's role as the chief executive officer, the role of council, the role of the CAO, clerk, treasurer, and discretionary staff positions, which are all key to an effective and efficient local government. In Ontario, a council is required to have a minimum of 5 members, one of whom is the head of council. The role of council is outlined in the Act. The slide here emphasizes the role of council, such as represent the public, develop and evaluate the policies and programs of the municipality, carry out duties of council under the Municipality Act or any other act. Depending on the municipality, the head of council may have different titles. It's up to each council to decide its composition. Councillors have several roles that may overlap. For example, you have a representative, policy making, and stewardship role to play in your municipality. In your role as a representative, you were elected by your constituents to represent their views when dealing with issues that come before council. However, your constituents may have many views and opinions, and you cannot represent all of them all of the time. You will have to consider a variety of opposing interests and make decisions that will not be popular with everyone when dealing with different issues. You should use your judgment and decide based on the best interest of the municipality as a whole. Some council decisions are routine. Others establish general principles to help guide future actions. Those are often considered policy decisions. Some policies can be specific. Others can be broader and more general. This slide here details 8 key steps in the development of policies. And as you can see, the first step is to identify the issue, agree on the facts, and ensure objectives are met, direct staff to research issues, identify and recommend options to council, engage members of public and consider their feedback, and of course, review staff information and consider demands on time, funding, and other issues. Make a decision based on the best course of action available and adopt a policy. Direct staff to implement the policy and work with staff to evaluate policy and amend as required. Council's objectives are to ensure that the municipality's financial and administrative resources are being used as efficiently as possible. There is a fine line between council's overall stewardship of the municipality and administration's management of day-to-day activities. Generally, council monitors the implementation of its approved policies and programs, but the practical aspects of its implementation and administration are a staff responsibility. To be effective in this stewardship role, council may wish to have processes in place to help ensure that policies adopted by council are being implemented, staff are administering services and programs as council intended, rules and regulations are being applied correctly and consistently, funds are being spent only as authorized, and the municipality's resources are being used appropriately and as efficiently as possible. Once you are familiar with the policies currently in place, council can monitor and measure the municipality's administrative effectiveness and efficiency. With input from municipal staff, council can determine whether the policies are functioning well or if changes are necessary. A municipality may appoint a chief administrative officer, and the Act sets out the role. The CAO is responsible for exercising general control and management of the affairs of the municipality for the purpose of ensuring the efficient and effective operation of the municipality and performing such other duties as are assigned by the municipality. Oh, sorry. Here we are. Just as Section 224 of the Act outlines the role of council, Section 27 sets out the role of staff. It is the role of the office and employment to implement council's decisions and establish administrative practices and procedures to carry out council decisions, undertake research and provide advice to council on the policies and programs of the municipality, carry out other duties required under the Municipal Act or any act and other duties assigned by the municipality. Next slide here. Both council and staff have different roles within the municipality, but their roles have common goals and purposes. Council generally represents the community and sets the policy direction for the municipality. Staff provides the research and expert advice to help council in their decision-making process. Once council makes a decision, staff has general responsibility to implement the policy of council, for example, through administering and delivering services and programs to the community under the general direction of the CAO. The CAO, staff, and council rely on one another to move the municipality forward. Both council and the CAO provide leadership. Council provides political leadership on behalf of the residents. They are the voice of the people to reflect public opinion and to give a voice to public concerns. The CAO, on the other hand, provides leadership to the organization. A strategic plan can be considered as an essential part of municipal governance. The following slide here discusses strategic planning, which is a process an organization uses to define a direction and make decisions about allocating resources, both financial and staff resources. Ensuring accountability and transparency is one of ensuring accountability and transparency is one of council's roles under the Act and is a priority in maintaining public trust. Section 2 focuses on the legislative accountability and transparency framework that consists of a mix of requirements and options that municipalities and members of councils and local boards must follow. Documenting municipal policies is an important action of an open and transparent council. Many municipalities have developed policy manuals to provide a basis for sound decision-making and to help ensure that policies are implemented and applied in a consistent way. The Act requires municipalities to have policies on a number of matters, as outlined on this slide. And when creating a policy, it can be helpful to look at what other municipalities have done and what is included in their policies to gather information on best practices. Codes of conduct usually set out expectation standards for council conduct. Codes may prevent ethical conflicts and help in their resolution, serve as a basis for council orientation and training, and serve as a reference throughout the operation of the council's term. Municipalities are required to establish codes of conduct for members of council and certain local boards, and are required to include certain subject matters in their local codes, such as gifts, benefits, hospitality, respectful conduct, confidential information. It is up to municipalities to decide how to develop their codes. This slide provides some matters that a municipality may consider when developing and reviewing their codes of conduct. For a complete list of considerations, you are encouraged to review the Ontario Municipal Councillor's Guide. Since 2019, municipalities have been required to ensure that the public has access to an integrity commissioner, and the integrity commissioner's role is to perform in an independent manner the functions assigned by council with respect to applying the local codes of conduct, applying to local procedures, rules, and policies, applying certain municipal conflict of interest act rules to members, and requests for advice from members of council and certain local boards respecting their obligations under the local code of conduct applicable to the member, local procedures, rules, or policies governing the ethical behavior of the members, and certain sections of the MCIA. Section 20, on this page, accountability officers, to help support integrity and accountability in public office, municipalities may pass bylaws to appoint certain accountability officers, municipal ombudsman, an auditor general, a lobbyist registrar, and closed meeting investigator. The Municipal Conflict of Interest Act sets out the ethical rules for council and local board members. For example, a member may have to take steps if they are present at a council or board meetings where their property will be discussed. These rules apply with some exceptions to council if they have a pecuniary interest in a matter that is before a council at a meeting. The MCIA requires a member of council with this kind of interest to disclose the interest and its general nature before the matter is considered at the meeting, not take part in the discussion or voting on any question in respect of the matter, and not attempt to influence the voting before, during, or after the meeting, and immediately leave the meeting if the meeting is closed to the public. The Integrity Commissioner can provide council members with advice about conflict of interest matters, and the member is responsible for determining whether they have a pecuniary interest. The MCIA generally prohibits members of council or of a local board from using their office to attempt to influence decisions or recommendations being considered by municipal or local board employees if the member has a pecuniary interest in the matter. The Act provides integrity commissioners with the responsibility to investigate a complaint from an elector or a person demonstrably acting in the public interest concerning an alleged contravention of MCIA rules that apply to members. After completing an investigation, an integrity commissioner could decide to apply a judge for a determination has contravened the MCIA. If an integrity commissioner decides not to apply to a judge, the person who made the complaint could still do so if certain conditions are met. Other statutes may require municipalities to adopt specific or general codes of conduct. For example, the Building Code Act requires municipalities to establish and enforce a code of conduct for the chief building officials and inspectors. Codes of conduct must include policies or guidelines to be used in responding to allegations of a breach and must set out disciplinary actions that may be taken. Municipalities must ensure that the public is aware of the code of conduct. And Ontario Ombudsman. The Ontario Ombudsman promotes a fairness, accountability, and transparency in the public sector and may recommend improvements. Since 2016, the Ontario Ombudsman may investigate municipalities on complaint or an ombudsman's own initiative. It is up to Ombudsman how to respond to complaints. Personal privacy and other confidentiality issues are an important practical and legal consideration for municipal councillors and staff. The Municipal Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act is the primary statute for privacy and confidentiality. Other statutes and laws also regulate personal and other kinds of confidential information. Meetings. Many of our municipalities' key affairs are handled at council meetings. It is important to understand how to hold meetings, set procedures for meetings, and be aware of other things to consider when making decisions about how you conduct council business. Every municipality and certain local boards must pass a procedure bylaw to govern the calling, place, and proceedings of their meetings. Next slide. In connection with procedure bylaws and the rules respecting council and certain local board meetings, the Municipal Act generally defines meetings as any regular, special, or other meetings of a council, of a local board, or of a committee of either of them, where a quorum of members is present. Members discuss or otherwise deal with any matter in a way that materially advances the business or decision-making of the council, local board, or committee. When your council or board is making its decision about whether a gathering of its members is a meeting, it may wish to keep in mind, among other things, the following important considerations. For example, is the subject matter of the meeting something traditionally municipal or something municipalities make decisions about, or how many members are present? Is the municipal decision-making process transparent? Councils may consider it a best practice to exercise their municipal powers and conduct business in a clear and consistent fashion. As a councillor, you may find it helpful to become thoroughly familiar with proper procedures with respect to calling and conducting council meetings, enacting bylaws and other resolutions, and administering and enforcing bylaws. The Act includes provisions related to the transparency and accountability of local government, including the conduct of meetings and when they are open to the public. Transparent decision-making processes may be seen as part of the foundation of the good governance of a municipality. A key transparency rule for municipalities is the requirement that most municipal meetings be open to the public. There are a limited number of exceptions. For example, meetings may be closed to the public for consideration, litigation, or personal matters about an identifiable individual. A meeting or part of meeting may be closed to the public if the subject matter be considered is, among others, related to security of municipal or local board property, personal matters about an identifiable individual, proposed or pending land acquisition or disposal, labor relations or employee negotiations, litigation or potential litigation, advice subject to solicitor-client privilege. The Municipal Act provides that a meeting or part of the meeting shall be closed to the public if the subject matter being considered is a request under the Municipal Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act, if the council, board, commission, or other body is the head of an institution for the purposes of that act, and ongoing investigation respecting the municipality, a local board, or a municipality controlled corporation by the Ontario Ombudsman, a municipal ombudsman, or a meeting investigator. Before holding a meeting close to the public, a municipality, local board, and committee of either must advise public of the fact of holding the closed meeting, the general nature of the matter to be discussed. Generally, voting must not take place at the closed meeting. The limited circumstances where voting may take place at a closed meeting include to give instruction on the matter to staff or procedural matters. Electronic meetings, what can a municipality do? A procedure bylaw may be amended to enable electronic participation of local members at meetings in accordance with the bylaw. Provide the members may participate electronically in open and closed meeting, and provide that members who participate electronically may be counted towards quorum. Each member of council has one vote on council. Council as a whole makes decisions for the municipality. Subject to certain conditions, municipalities have the flexibility to choose to allow proxy votes for council members who are absent from meetings, illness, leave of absence. Municipalities wishing to allow proxy voting must amend their procedure bylaw to allow a member of council to appoint another member of the same council to act in their place when they are absent. The slide here discusses proxy voting limitations, and the limits to the proxy appointment process are set out in the legislation. Members appointing proxies or acting as a proxy holder are required to follow existing accountability and transparency requirements. For example, a member may not appoint a proxy or serve as a proxy holder on a matter in which they have a pecuniary interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act. You can find more information about existing accountability and transparency requirements in the Municipal Councilor's Guide. A municipality, local board, or committee of either must record without note or comment all the decisions, resolutions, and other proceedings at the meeting, regardless of whether the meeting is open or closed to the public. The record must be made by the clerk in the case of a meeting of council, or the appropriate officer in the case of meeting of a local board committee. Closed meetings, a municipality may appoint a closed meeting investigator who may, or complained by a member of the public, investigate in an independent manner whether a meeting or part of a municipal or local board meeting has been closed improperly. Section 4 here, municipal governance, provides a general description of municipal government structures and services. It will also describe the links between municipalities and other players associated with the local sector. A municipality is defined in the Act as a geographic area whose inhabitants are incorporated. The Act further provides that municipalities are created by the province of Ontario to be responsible and accountable governments with respect to matters within their jurisdiction. And each municipality is given powers and duties under the Act and many other acts for the purpose of providing good government with respect to those matters. The Municipal Act is a framework document for municipal government and provides a foundation for municipal powers, structures, and governance. Municipal committees, local boards, and other special purpose bodies provide an opportunity for council to take advantage of areas of expertise and provide opportunities for volunteers to bring their views and ideas to council. In section 5, we will talk about council as lawmakers, considerations for councillors and councils when proposing bylaws. So bylaws passed by council can have a significant impact on municipalities, including their residents and communities. Municipalities generally act through a special kind of law called a bylaw. The policies established by council through bylaws can help shape the long-term health and well-being of the community. Next slide. As a councillor, it is important to be familiar with the general legal considerations that may apply to municipalities as well as to councillors themselves. As a councillor, it is important to consider the legal authority for your actions. The law is complex, and councillors may wish to consult with the municipal solicitor whenever any legal issue is in question. At the same time, it may be useful to have some familiarity with the sources of municipal law and to try to keep up to date with ever-changing body of law affecting municipal activity. The Act and other provincial legislation give all municipalities a variety of powers subject to duties and limits. These powers and limits fall into various general categories: natural persons power, broad powers, spheres of jurisdiction in two-tiered system, and specific powers. The Act gives municipal governments natural person powers within certain limits. Natural person powers may give municipalities similar flexibility to that of individuals and corporations in managing their organizational and administrative affairs without the need for more specific legislative authority. These powers may enable your municipality hire staff, enter into agreements, and acquire land and equipment. This Act provides municipalities with powers and duties for the purposes of providing good government with respect to matters within their jurisdiction. And municipalities in two-tier system may wish to be aware of the spheres of jurisdiction rules, which address the division of powers between the upper tier and lower tier municipalities. Specific powers may be seen as any powers given to municipalities under various acts other than the broad powers. And exercising municipal powers. Best practice for municipal councils is to exercise their powers and conduct business in a clear and consistent fashion. By laws, the powers of your municipality are generally exercised by either a bylaw or a resolution. Next slide. Proper procedures are important when passing or amending bylaws. For example, before passing a bylaw, generally an open council meeting would be in session and there would be a quorum of members in attendance. Some of councils may pass bylaws on the day they are first presented, while for others, a longer time may be needed for practical or legal reasons. Every municipality and certain local boards must pass a procedure bylaw to govern the calling, place, and proceedings of their meetings. Navigating the legal complexities of passing a bylaw is only the first step. In practice, a bylaw will have little value unless your municipality has the determination and the means to enforce it. And before a bylaw is passed, careful consideration of the bylaw, including its intended purpose and outcome, may be helpful. The implications of passing the bylaw may include the issue described on this slide here. Our last slide in section 6 discusses general responsibility for enforcement. Municipal bylaws can be enforced by law enforcement officer, independent service providers hired by the council, a municipal police force, or the Ontario Provincial Police. Additionally, a person within the community who is dissatisfied with the level of enforcement by the municipality can initiate a private prosecution. The Municipal Act provides that the municipality may establish a system of fines for offenses under a bylaw of the municipality. In addition to fines and offenses, municipalities can establish a system of administrative penalties. Next, we'll talk about municipal finance, and my colleague, Senior Municipal Financial Advisor, Peter Sizov, will cover this section. Over to you, Peter.
Thank you so much, Lilith. So before we jump into the finance section, I wanted to quickly ask Council if there were any questions based on the sections that Lilith just presented, or if you would like to hold those until later and revisit those questions after I complete the municipal finance section. Just wanted to
I think we'll hold our questions because you're giving a condensed version, right?
That's correct, yeah. Okay. So let's begin with our finance section. So the thing about municipal finance is, as you know, it's a very critical, fundamental part of municipal government. Lilith, if you can switch to the next slide, please. As you can see on the slide, as municipal council, you are tasked with governance and oversight of the financial resources of the municipality as well. That was discussed as being part of the stewardship role of council earlier in this presentation. And council will need to find a balance between the delivery of new or improved services, maintaining and replacing aging infrastructure, managing expectations of the ratepayer, of course, growth or decline in the municipality, and other challenges while maintaining its fiscal sustainability. Next slide, please. So as council is aware, budgets help to define levels of municipal services and identify how revenues will be used to fund expenses. The process involves prioritizing projects, programs, and service levels within limited financial resources. And your municipality is required to prepare and adopt a budget annually that includes estimates of all amounts required during the year. It's also important to note that municipalities are required to prepare a balanced budget each year in accordance with the budget rules in the legislation and to provide for the deficit of the previous year and treat the surplus as revenue. So the other thing we wanted to highlight on the slide is that the budget in the municipality should reflect the direction of its strategic plan. And the planning stage should consider that plan as well as other service delivery levels required in the municipality. Asset management plans are also important. So we always emphasize the importance of making sure that that municipal strategic plans and other planning documents all are considered during the budgeting process. Next slide, please. A few words about budget preparation. So not all municipalities have the same time frame for the budget process. Some municipalities may start their planning process very early on, while others may not start until later in the year, prior or into the budget year itself. So that being said, the steps in the budgeting preparation process typically include establishing a budget timetable, initiating a budget plan, gathering support data and guidelines, evaluating or reviewing draft estimates, compiling an overall budget document, the approval of the budget and levying bylaws, and of course, the budget implementation and budgetary controls. Next slide, please. So municipal finance as a topic also includes the matter of financial reporting to the public. And for today's purposes, we're going to focus on financial reporting for municipalities specifically, and beginning with audited financial statements. So municipalities must appoint an auditor for a term not exceeding 5 years. And the auditor's role includes annually auditing accounts and transactions of the municipality and its local boards, as well as expressing an opinion on their financial statements based on the audit. Now, the municipal treasurer is required by legislation to publish the municipality's audited financial statements for the previous year within 60 days of receiving them. And the financial statements, they also include certain aspects or components. For example, information on the municipality's assets, its accumulated surplus or deficit, tangible capital assets, commitments, or as disclosed in the notes in the financial statement, and how activities were financed and how cash requirements were met. So the ministry does have a common language guide to audited financial statements online. So we always encourage the public to find or to Google this resource on the ministry's website and to have a look, because it provides a little more substance about audited financial statements and can be used as reference material. The other item that we wanted to mention today are the financial information returns. So once the audited financial statements are completed, then the financial information return can be prepared. So I'm going to refer to financial information returns as FIRs, just to keep it concise. So the FIR is the main data collection tool used by the province to collect financial and statistical information about municipalities on an annual basis. And all municipalities are required to submit their FIR to the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing by May 31st of each year. And I really want to underscore that timeline, May 31st of each year, because sometimes there is some confusion about the filing deadline. Sometimes we're asked if it's later on, and we have to be very adamant about that, that particular deadline of May 31st. And why is that? Well, one of the reasons for municipalities is because if a municipality is unable to meet that filing deadline for the FIR, it can impact grants from the province and other financial supports. There may be some delays caused by late filings of the FIR. So let's move on to the next slide. So more on the FIR. So as I mentioned earlier, the FIR data is used by the ministry and actually other ministries as well for things like calculating grant amounts, including the Ontario Municipal Partnership Fund, or OMPF for short, but also contributing to the development of provincial fiscal policy, preparing the municipality's annual repayment limit or borrowing capacity, and assessing municipal financial health. This data is also relied upon by other stakeholders, including the academic community and the business community, because this data is public and it is used for analyses by these groups. Next slide, please. So this screenshot is of the ministry's financial information, or FIR, website. This is where the municipal FIRs are stored or uploaded, and this is all public information that can be accessed by anybody. There's actually a dashboard feature on this website that can be used by municipalities to do their own comparisons with other municipalities on various schedules or sections of the FIR, depending on their interest, including taxation. If they want to see how other municipalities are doing that aspect, municipalities are free to examine this data on the FIR website. That's why this is another reason why we're so eager to promote early or timely filings of the FIR, so that the data can be as current as possible and useful to the broader community in Ontario for that reason. Next slide, please. So the ministry also uses the FIR data to generate certain financial indicators for each municipality in this province. At the moment, there are 7 financial indicators that the ministry populates and uses when conducting this annual review. I believe Council would have received the FITS template for 2023 earlier, and so this is something that I will be briefly alluding to just shortly. But essentially, each indicator has a level of challenge assigned to it, ranging from low to moderate to high, based on where the municipality's result falls within a threshold. And this is what kind of informs whether an indicator in a municipality is low risk, moderate, or high risk. And this financial analysis is used to identify emerging trends regionally and across the province. The FITS results, the financial indicator results, are provided to municipalities for information purposes only. So we emphasize that these results are a historical snapshot of certain financial indicators based on FIR information submitted to the ministry by the municipality at a given point in time. For example, the municipality's 2023 financial indicator results are actually based on the 2022 financial information return. So you can see how there's a slight delay in the timing. So that's why we mentioned how it's a historical snapshot and should not be relied on in isolation. Next slide, please. So on this slide, you can see a sort of a streamlined definition of each of the 7 indicators. Before I go any further, I just wanted to mention that based on the municipality's latest financial indicator results, the 2023 results, we know that all of your indicators except for one were low risk, and a number of them actually improved over time. Just wanted to let Council know that most of your results are low risk. I'll get to the moderate risk result or medium risk result a little bit later, but let's start by just going over what each indicator means. So tax arrears is the first indicator, and essentially this ratio is, it aims to assess how efficiently a municipality collects property taxes from its residents. So if you have an elevated result that's moderate or high risk, it may mean that the municipality has trouble collecting outstanding taxes. So the next indicator, the net financial assets or net debt, this basically shows the revenue available or needed to pay for future transactions. And a positive ratio generally indicates a greater amount of assets available for municipal use. The third indicator refers to reserve funds. This may be a slightly self-explanatory indicator, but reserves are funds earmarked for various purposes, such as planned future projects, smoothing expenses, or covering unexpected costs like emergencies. And typically, a higher reserve balance is favorable as it indicates that the municipality is proactively setting aside funds for future needs. But conversely, a lower reserve balance suggests that the municipality may have limited flexibility to address unforeseen expenses in the future. The next indicator is cash ratio, which assesses the amount of readily available funds a municipality possesses, such as cash on hand on short-term investments. So typically a higher cash ratio is preferable, as it signifies that the municipality maintains a robust cash balance relative to its liabilities or obligations. The following indicator, debt servicing cost, refers to the portion of revenue allocated to repaying existing debt, encompassing both principal and interest payments. So similar to personal finances, just as high mortgage payments limit discretionary spending, extensive debt servicing, so principal and interest payments, can constrain a municipality's ability to spend on other essential services. And now we can move on to the asset consumption ratio, and this is the indicator that the municipality had a moderate risk result in. So just a few words on this indicator. So it basically gauges the proportion of a municipality's physical assets that have reached the end of their useful life or are no longer functional. So when a municipality's assets, such as a road, bridge, or water treatment plant, nears the end of its useful life, significant capital investment is typically required for its replacement. And a higher ratio indicates that municipal assets collectively are closer to their useful life's end, signaling the need for substantial future investment by the municipality to replace these assets. But what I will say here, though, is that this is more of an accounting concept. So even if, for example, a municipality's asset consumption ratio appears to be elevated on paper, it's just referring to depreciation over time. So naturally, if an asset is older, that may show in the indicator, but it doesn't mean that the municipality is not maintaining that older asset or fixing it when it needs to be fixed. And in practice, it may actually be very much so usable. It may be in good condition, but on paper, it's an older asset. It hasn't been recently built or created. That's all it means. So we just wanted that to provide that caveat so that folks don't think that if an asset consumption ratio is slightly elevated, that it means that assets are in dire condition. That's not what it means at all. And this indicator is useful to get the conversation started about asset management planning and to get municipalities thinking about that practice. So the final indicator is the annual surplus or deficit indicator. And basically what it means is it basically shows where the operating revenues for a municipality are in terms of being greater than operating expenses or lower. So it's a fairly self-explanatory indicator. And it focuses primarily, as I said, on the operating side of things. But those are the indicators in a nutshell. Next slide, please. So debt management. The annual repayment limit, or ARL for short, may be summarized as the maximum amount that a municipality can pay each year in principal and interest payments for a new long-term debt or other long-term financial commitments without first obtaining the approval of the proposed debt or other commitment by the Ontario Land Tribunal. As part of this, generally, a municipality may not commit more than 25% of its total own purpose revenue, such as property taxes, user fees, and investment income, to service new long-term debt and other long-term debt obligations without first getting that approval. So the very important thing that I also wanted to mention is that the ministry each year provides an estimate of municipalities' ARL. And for example, with respect to your municipality, I checked recently, and I can tell you that your 2024 ARL calculation provided by the ministry is based on the municipality's 2022 FIR data. And the reason why I mention this is because before a municipality or before a municipality, its council really is able to approve new long-term debt, the treasurer is actually required by a provincial regulation to update the ministry provided ARL estimate with the latest financial data available to the municipality. Because again, since the provincial ARL estimate is based on 2022 data, we want to ensure that it is updated by the municipality if it's considering new long-term debt. Okay, next slide, please. Now, switching gears slightly, a few words on municipal asset management planning. Of course, this falls within the purview of another ministry, the Ministry of Infrastructure, which is responsible for the asset management planning regulation. But we always like to remind municipalities about the importance of this practice, of maintaining an updated asset management plan, making sure that the municipality complies with the benchmarks outlined in the regulation in terms of asset management plan reporting requirements. And if we can skip to the next slide. Here you can see a snapshot of the key benchmarks. Many of them have already been met by most municipalities. We can see because the regulation, the asset management planning regulation was adopted in 2018. In subsequent years, there were some commitments that municipalities needed to meet. Most recently under phase 3, which was due actually on the 1st of this month, municipalities were required to build on the phase 2 plan to include all municipal assets, including current levels of service and costs to maintain those service levels. And next, we can see that the next benchmark will be July 1st of 2025, where municipalities will need to shift to also including the proposed levels of service, life cycle management, and financial strategy for all assets. Now, it's very important for the asset management plan to be up to date for many reasons, but one of the reasons, of course, is for funding grant purposes, because I believe the Ministry of Infrastructure does look at the completeness of the asset management plans in municipalities when it's looking into grants and those types of things. So on that note, I just wanted to conclude this presentation. Thank you, Council, for listening to us speak. This has been a lengthy presentation. We covered a lot of material, and now we wanted to open the floor to any questions you may have.
Okay, any questions, maybe? Well, I have a couple of questions for you. What happens when we can't, some of our facilities are old and we're going to exceed the 25%, like for instance, the sewage plant. If it's like anything we do there is $15 million. So that's going to throw us over the 25%. Is there any account for inflation in all these numbers that you guys are looking at or not?
So what I can say today, of course, is that if a municipality is proposing to long-term borrow, and if it sees that this would exceed the 25%, it would need to, on an ad hoc basis, seek the approval of the Ontario Land Tribunal. But we can, of course, appreciate the challenges that municipalities do face with infrastructure funding. Now, the question on inflation, that's something I will have to get back to you on, because I will need to confer with our finance policy branch just to make sure we have accurate information for you on that account.
Well, you know, since COVID, everything's gone up 40%. So that reflects on every renovation we do and everything we do on the asset management plan. So if the province isn't looking at that, we're all in trouble in rural Ontario. The other question I have for you is the reserves. Municipalities have two options there. They can either borrow money or they can spend taxpayers' money and not borrow money. I've always had the advocacy we should pay for things that we can, when we can, out of the current tax rate. And our borrowing up till a few years ago was almost zero. So, like, it can be both ways. There's no right and wrong to it. And the same with tax arrears. If we have one large taxpayer, and we do, that owes us hundreds of thousands of dollars on a small tax base, and we're trying to collect it and we can't unless we register, then it throws out the numbers. Like, I just don't know. I mean, I know you got a system, and I know it can't be the same for everybody, but I think it is, and I think it's flawed badly. I think it, for instance, one of the problems we got is MPAC. People are not happy about their taxes, and they're complaining because the guy next to them is worth, his property's worth 3 million, his is worth 1 million, his taxes are lower than theirs. When are we gonna fix that? That's a huge revenue change. And that's in your ministry, by the way, isn't it?
Ministry of Finance.
Yeah, okay. Well, you can pass that one off then, I guess.
Absolutely. We will definitely take these comments back with us. Now, if I may respond on the reserve component of
Yes,
the question.
definitely.
Okay, so of course, and you've heard this before, that is a local decision regarding the reserves. As far as the ministry is concerned, we typically encourage municipalities to maintain healthy reserves just for a number of reasons. But one of the key reasons is to ensure that there is a nest egg, so to speak, some money set aside in case the municipality is having trouble balancing its budget, in case the revenues were lower than expected and expenditures were higher, that the municipality can draw from the reserve to smooth that out if it can. So it is encouraged. And in terms of borrowing as well, some municipalities borrow extensively, others don't. It is a local decision. As you're aware, each municipality has its own policies in place, debt management policies. Some municipalities have those in place where they decide locally what's right for them. The same goes for reserve policies. These are all things municipalities can customize to meet their unique local needs. But again, it is a local decision. That being said, we can appreciate what you're saying about the challenges associated with finding the right formula, and we are going to take these comments back with us.
Good.
Now, I'm not going to risk speaking on behalf of the Ministry of Finance, but I will say that if the question is about the reassessment issue, a property reassessment issue, because we know that comes up very frequently when we speak with municipalities. I have been corresponding with my colleagues in the Ministry of Finance. I asked the same question very recently about any new information about the reassessment, and I have been told that right now there's nothing new to share. But we also have to be mindful of timing as well. We know that the AMO conference is right around the corner. We know that things are changing very quickly. So once this information becomes available, we will be getting it in front of municipalities, because we know how much municipalities need to or want to know this information. So we are aware of this. This has been brought to our attention.
Well, it's not so much about the other revenue, it's about fair taxation. That's what I'm having the trouble with. It's not fair the way it's being done. And apparently MPAC have current data. I don't know why we're not implementing, but anyway, that's me, so.
We will bring this back.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Well, thank you again for the presentation. It wasn't as short as I thought you might make it, but we got through it, so that's the important thing. One of the things with our council is fortunate. We got an orientation package when we came in here. It had all the procedural bylaws, had all the same things that you presented, which is really helpful, because I think your presentation should be at the start of a council session, not when we're 40% through it. That's just for you guys to take home.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I will say again that the ministry is available to deliver this training after each municipal election. We are always advertising this particular service, because we do want to get ahead in front of councils, new councils, as early as we can to speak about these matters. But that being said, we're also available to come back later on to provide a refresher. So this presentation was a refresher in many ways, but it also included some commentary about the financial indicators and something a little bit newer from that perspective.
Okay, thank you. Well, thank you. Any other questions from council? Okay, well, thank you very much. And
thank you.
Good luck getting some of that stuff through the ministry.
Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, thanks. Okay, we have a resolution then, Mallory?
Be it resolved that council acknowledges receipt of the council orientation training from representatives of the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing.
Mover and seconder, Nancy and Barry, all in favor? Carried. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, I think we'll have one more delegation, then we'll have a 10-minute break. So we got the Municipal Watershed Council. Yeah, sure, you can sit wherever you like. Or you can come up here if you want.
Well, there, I usually speak loud enough.
Well, if you're loud enough, you can sit there.
Actually, if you don't mind, because they can't hear you.
Oh,
in the-
I'm sorry, I was forgetting.
Oh, yeah, the speaker's here.
Speaking loud doesn't help you when.
No, you have to press the red.
Doesn't
button.
help you when you can't hear either.
There's a button on the microphone you have to push.
Red button there, yeah.
Yep, there you go.
Okay, so I am live here, am I? Okay,
Yep, we can hear you.
everyone can hear me?
Yeah,
Okay. Mr. Mayor and councilors, thanks very much for giving us the opportunity to present to you, or giving me the opportunity to present on behalf of the Muskoka Watershed Council. You had a delegation from the Watershed Council about a year ago, I believe. You've also had a chance to scan the deck that was sent in to you. Much of that deck really reviews what was in the previous presentation. So I think what I'll do, mindful of your comments, Mr. Mayor,
I'm
early
glad you
on,
listened.
I will skip through that presentation
Okay.
for the most part, very, very lightly and quickly try to get
To the points.
to three things. What has happened since you've heard from us, where we are and where we're heading next, and what we're asking of you. You may recall that from the previous presentation that our 2023 report card, the Watershed Council issues report cards every few years on the health of the watershed. Our 2023 report card identified several concerns of with respect to trends in the health of the watershed. The watershed overall is in good health. It's wonderful. There are other jurisdictions around Ontario that would give
Love to
anything
have
to
it.
have the quality of watershed we do, but there are things happening that are of concern. And without going into them, one of my objectives here is to leave room for questions if that would help. Without going into the details for these, it's quite clear that current management practices aren't going to help us with the concerns we're seeing out there. And it's even more serious when you consider climate change putting us in a whole new world, which is way beyond what previous management practices have ever tried to or had to deal with. So there are things that have to be done. And what the Watershed Council has for some time been promoting what's called integrated watershed management as the most promising response to these challenges. Now, integrated watershed management is a poorly understood term, and there a good description of it is beyond the possibilities for time in this meeting. So I won't go into the details of that other than to make a few points. And one of those points is that Watershed Council is not alone in recommending integrated watershed management. The Muskoka Watershed Advisory Group that was formed by the province, primarily in response to the 2019 floods, that group, as its prime recommendation back to the government, was to bring in integrated watershed management in the Muskoka River watershed. The provincial policy statement also promotes integrated watershed management, and there are a number of jurisdictions around Canada and the US and around the world really that have successfully implemented it and got great results from it. It just hasn't been tried around here as yet. There are a number of advantages to integrated watershed management. I see the deck isn't up there anymore, and that's absolutely, that's fine. It's okay. It's probably not worth me, trying to. Yeah, no, it's okay. It's probably not worth you trying to skip through and that sort of thing. the advantages of integrated watershed management that are probably important to consider for you right now is that it's certainly in the form that we envision seeing, it retains municipal mandates and autonomy. It doesn't involve a new layer of bureaucracy. It will reduce your costs, and it will obviously the reason we're promoting it is because it will improve environmental and economic and social outcomes. Just as a note of clarification around integrated watershed management, there are groups that have suggested to the Watershed Council that this is just a pet project of the Watershed Council. Well, no, it is a project that is essential to all those who share the Muskoka River watershed. It's essential to preserve the health of that watershed. Without something like this, as I said, the indicators are that we're in for rough times. What the Watershed Council is offering to do is to help municipalities get started on the transition to integrated watershed management. We see no other organization that is in a position to do this. No one is doing it. No one's in a position to do it. I don't believe there are other organizations that can do it. Once an integrated watershed management plan is in place, it's likely you'll see the Watershed Council backing away. And that is simply because we are primarily a group of community volunteers speaking to the science of watershed health. We have no intention of becoming the administrators of a plan. That goes back to you folks. So by way of an update, in February 2024, this past year, the Watershed Council organized a conference specifically targeted to municipal councillors and staff. Most of the municipalities in the watershed sent staff and councillors. In some cases, there were 6 or 7 staff and councillors from a given municipality at the conference. It was a huge success. I thought it was very highly rated by the participants. And by the end of the day, the municipalities were obviously overwhelmingly ready and eager to go on with next steps towards integrated watershed management. And the town of Huntsville stepped forward and offered to host the next conference for municipalities this fall. So discussions are underway and setting that up right now with the town of Huntsville. I don't have a date for you as yet. It's likely to be in October this year, but that has not been set. That's not been guaranteed. The other thing that is happening this fall is another Watershed Council Summit on the environment. We've had a number of these over the years. This year's summit will occur, and we have a date, on October the 4th in Bracebridge. And the summit will discuss integrated watershed management as part of a larger overall theme of resilience to the environmental pressures that we face. Whereas the previous summits have been somewhat on the academic side, we brought noted world-class scientists in from all over the place. This summit will be targeted more at the broader community so that everyone out there who's living in, sharing, responsible for the watershed will have a reason to be at that summit. Obviously, I'm mentioning it here because we're hoping to see some folks from your group there as well. And that really takes me on then to what we're asking for. And the bottom line is we're asking you to become involved as a council in the move towards integrated watershed management. This isn't going to happen very soon. It's likely to take 5 to 10 years before all this gets put into place. There's a lot of preparatory work to do, but we're asking more than anything else is to become involved. That starts with sending staff and councillors to the municipal conference this fall and also to the summit on October 4th. We would love to see in your 2025 budget a small amount of financial support for the work we're doing. The Watershed Council is a grassroots organization that doesn't have a lot of money. We're proud of the amount of product we put out for very few dollars and the impact that product has. We don't have huge financial resources, and of course, putting on conferences and summits and the kinds of things that we are doing, it costs us some money. We are getting support from most of the municipalities in the Muskoka River watershed, and that's going a long way to help us. So in a nutshell, that's most of the overview that I wanted to cover, and hopefully that leaves us some time for questions. Just one other parting comment. You will likely be asking the question, well, you know, Dysart is one corner of the Muskoka.
Hardly involved.
Yeah, hardly involved. I'd just like you to consider that of the 13 lower tier municipalities that are part of the Muskoka River watershed, there's only one that is entirely within the watershed. The rest are like you, they're partly in the watershed, some more, some less, but it's a challenging mixture with that many lower tier municipalities and then the upper tier municipalities as well, all sharing a part of this fabulous watershed. We simply believe that all of those who benefit economically, socially, from the value of the watershed should also contribute to managing the issues that are confronting it at this time. And with that, I'll stop talking and open things up
Okay.
for questions.
I'll start off. You said it would reduce costs. That was the second line you said today.
Yeah.
Tell me how that's going to happen.
Well, there are a lot of ways that can happen, but for example, when you're dealing with a watershed and the complexities of watershed science, and we're talking now not just water, we're talking about the trees, the soils, the rocks, the wetlands, the plants, the animals, the whole business. Inevitably, you've got to bring out expertise. I doubt, I hope I'm not underrating things, but I doubt that you have a lot of biological sciences, watershed science expertise around the council table or on staff. Municipalities generally can't afford that. So you have to bring in people to help deal with that sort of thing. You are going to be in a better position bringing in these people to speak to or do work for a collective of municipalities than to try and have one municipality foot these kinds of bills. You will need that kind of expertise to help manage the watershed. You're better sharing it. There will also be questions of infrastructure, given the way water moves, given the way climate change affects us all, given the way invasive species and various things move. There will be times when a solution to a problem within just the municipality is very expensive, perhaps prohibitively expensive. A solution that involves joint action with one or two neighboring municipalities may actually be a whole lot less expensive, not that difficult, and more effective.
Okay, so that was, and I'm not sure I got all the answer there, but I got some of it. 95% of our municipalities in the Trent, which we'll have no say over. They got control of the water. So I guess I'm questioning staff time, councilors' time, because we're taxed to death here now, time-wise. Money is one thing, but, and you know, we're looking at 6% increases every year in taxation and 7%, and I don't see any way out of that right now. So I guess I want to know when it's volunteers now. Understand that. You're volunteers.
The Watershed Council is volunteer.
Yeah, so you said you're gonna walk away. I'm just afraid we're gonna create another bureaucracy that we all contribute to, that just spins its wheels all the time, like a lot of them do. Like climate change is happening, whether we like it or not, we have to deal with it. And, you know, I just look at the Don Valley in Toronto, and from a good source, it was dredged in the 1940s. It hasn't been dredged. It's full of cars, junk, and all those condominiums have been added. Is it any wonder it's flooding and a bad rain? Because it's only got half the capacity it had 50 years ago. So I don't know if that's the case in some of our streams and outlets, but I don't know. But I just worry that you guys are gonna back away. And I've watched this a lot in the last 50 years, where it starts off as a great volunteer group, and it's got a bureaucracy that's costing, and you can't get out of it. So I have those concerns.
The volunteer group is what we are,
Yep.
and I don't see that changing.
If we don't participate, what effect does that have on you?
Well, I think lacking municipal participation, or for the number of municipalities that don't participate, that weakens the overall plan probably. But it also provides you with no real input into what's going on in the rest of the watershed. And I think it's well worthwhile being there
Well, that's the point.
to have an impact on the watershed plan. You probably are thinking a little, or at least in the back of your minds, about conservation authorities. And that
No,
is,
I know it's not that.
that is a bureaucracy, and that's not what we're talking about here.
Well,
We have done a study, and certainly can provide, it's on our website, a governance study looking at other jurisdictions around North America that brought these things in. And it takes a look at, what they've come up with. The bottom line is that the development of a watershed plan in this way, a bottom up as opposed to a top down conservation authority, it's designed in the watershed by watershed people to serve the needs of the watershed. And if another layer of bureaucracy is not among your needs, and I'm quite sure it isn't, then you set up a plan that doesn't have that other layer of bureaucracy in it. A big part of integrated watershed management is getting together with your neighboring municipalities and planning for and talking about and consulting with what you're doing jointly that deals with the watershed as a whole watershed.
Yeah.
Right now, we've got a watershed which is a living entity and everything is connected, but we've got 13 different municipalities.
Yeah.
We're doing 13 different sorts of things
Yeah.
to pieces of that watershed. You can imagine how that's not the ideal way to deal with it.
And I understand Algonquin Highlands, a lot of it's in there, and Minden Hills, there's a lot of it in there. I just been on these committees so many times and see Muskoka's gonna have the say here. So we're on the committee, we'll have really no say anyway. We're one of 14 and we're the smallest one. Like, I just don't like that kinds of setups. Hey, that's just me. Councilor Pat?
Thanks, Jeff. Just to, kind of to add to what Murray's talking about there in terms of Halliburton and the Trent, we're kind of two different colors here in terms of what you guys got going up there, but where the Trent trumps more or less what we're doing here. Doesn't matter if it's water levels or control dams or whatever, but in defense of our own policies and stuff like that, I feel that we're pretty advanced in our neck of the woods because we're doing, septic inspections, and now we're putting septics 100 feet back from the lake on that note. And, we relied on science in education and the ribbon of life, so many feet back from the lake shore. And one thing we don't have that you guys do is, 6 and 7 slot boathouses, and human traffic is really a big thing that we're not going to be able to control here. And or wakeboard boats is another big thing. It's a provincial matter on that note. So a lot of different intersections here, but I'm kind of just trying to get a feel for whether this would be a great addition to what we're already doing, or whether that's just, and I appreciate your cause on that note, but whether if it's going to be effective in our area or not, that's all. I apologize if I conveyed the impression that you guys weren't doing a good job here. The concept really is looking at the watershed as a whole watershed and looking at it collaboratively with the other people who are in that same watershed. And if you're leading in areas, hopefully other parts of the watershed will pick that up and, and do those things. So how many years have you been working on this, or how many years have you had your group working together?
Well, the Watershed Council was formed in 2001. I have my entire career up until retiring about 17 years ago, was involved with environmental management. I worked for DuPont Canada and I worked for Environment Canada. I've been all over the world representing Canada on environmental issues. So I've been out there.
Yeah, no, that's fine. So in your tenure, what you're doing with your group, has there been anything astounding or forthcoming that was glaring that you could fix or you have fixed in the Muskoka watershed?
Next, Muskoka watershed. I'd like to think we've contributed to a much greater public knowledge of the watershed and the important parts of that and the things to do and not to do. We've impacted official plans of municipalities. We've taken the official plans and commented on them and seen changes, positive changes in the official plans. We're not a lobbying organization, so you know we don't get involved in specific issues in any municipality, but we put out generic advice on what to do. I certainly could assemble a list of areas where the advice was taken. I think it led to positive things, but in terms of an overwhelming change where things would have been horrible without us and things now are just wonderful because of us, I don't have that kind of a story to present to you.
And again, I'm not by no means trying to shed negative light on your cause here, but anyway, I'm just wondering if there's anything glaring, but anyway.
If you look around Ontario, you will find that we have a pretty good name in Ontario for a lot of things we've been doing. The summits, we had Paul Kennedy involved in the summits, and he had his show, which doesn't come to my aging brain right now. You know, that got out quite broadly through Paul Kennedy. Our watershed report cards, which come out every 4 years, have got a lot of publicity far and wide. You know, people know about us over quite an area. I think we've been doing good things. We're fortunate that we have a lot of mostly retired scientists, engineers, and educators that are devoting their own time to this sort of thing. Some of the folks that I'm privileged to rub shoulders with are world-class, world-known scientists.
Certainly wouldn't question your credibility, that's for sure. You realize that Highlands East is in the county, and then they're not going to be able to participate here. They're not in the system. That's a whole township. Anyway, sir, thank you. If there aren't any further questions, and we will consider what you've said. I know it's big picture thinking, and we'll go from here.
That's all I can ask, and thank you very much for the time before you. We will contact you and let you know about those 2 events coming up in the fall and the dates, and we'd love to see you.
And you are early for the meetings too. I see that this morning.
I'm sorry?
I say you come early to meetings, yeah.
Well, live a fair way away, so
yeah.
I didn't want to give the highways too much opportunity to slow me down on a long drive here.
Oh, the ministry held you up, I know.
Well, they did actually for a few minutes just up the road there, but that's okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Great. Okay, resolution then, Mallory?
Yeah, be it resolved that council acknowledges receipt of the presentation from Jeff Ross regarding integrated watershed management and detailing the current activities and future plans of the Muskoka Watershed Council.
Mover and seconder, Nancy and Pat, all in favor? Carried. Okay, we're going to take a 10-minute break here now for my benefit. Okay. Okay, is Jeff and Chris there? Okay. Okay, who's gonna lead this, Jeff or Chris?
My understanding is there's a delegate here. Is that
Yeah,
correct?
there is. There's a whole room full of them.
Yep. So these are delegations. Staff don't have presentations for these delegations.
Okay. So somebody gonna speak on behalf of, Aikenhead, Watson, you're Gladys? You're Gladys. Nice to meet you. And Sandra's on Zoom. Yeah. You can just turn the button on so it's red there. Okay. Okay, go ahead.
Well, good morning, Mayor Fury and members of council, and thank you for what you do. We've had a chance to see you working this morning, and you definitely have work to do. We have a goal for us this morning. Our goal is to ensure that present and future generations of our family have secure, defined, and uninterrupted access to our cottage property using the driveway that has been in existence since 1953. We're seeking to legally register a right-of-way as an easement over a portion of the neighbor's driveway. The right-of-way was initially registered on title on both properties in 1956, but unbeknownst to our family, was subsequently dropped from the registration.
Yeah, on
We're-
the land titles thing. Yeah.
Yeah, we're seeking to correct this. We're pleased to report that the owners of the retained property, our good neighbors Michael and Susan Chadwick, have agreed to our legally registering the right-of-way on title for both properties, provided they incur no costs. This is a matter of legal registration only. There is no change in land use, no new development, and no site alteration in association with the application. So the purpose of our deputation to council today, we appreciate that council granted approval in principle on April 25th
Right.
in 23. We are seeking relief from council on two conditions. Condition number 3, which is the purchase of the shore road allowance in front of our neighbor's property. And condition number 7, which is the application for an entrance permit for access from Dignan Road to the neighbor's property. In addition, for condition number 6, we are seeking approval of legal non-conforming use status for the shed. And as noted in our update to council dated July 16th, 24, we have worked diligently to ensure that the remaining conditions 1, 2, 4, and 5 have been satisfied. Conditions 8 and 9 will be met after consent is granted. And we're thinking perhaps it would be helpful to share a very brief history with you. Since 1953, when the land was initially subdivided and developed under Plan 331, our cottage has been accessed by a driveway, the initial portion of which passes over the lands of our neighbor. At the time, our father took action to ensure that the right-of-way was duly registered on title. And for our property and our neighbors, regrettably, when the registration was converted to land titles in 2010, the right-of-way was not included. Also, we have since been informed that there has been a change in legislation which indicates that a right-of-way expires after 40 years.
Oh, boy. Okay.
We understand that we do have claim to a prescriptive easement, but we are concerned that the right-of-way be legally registered on title to avoid any potential future issues should either we or our neighbors decide to sell our respective properties. And since we are seeking an amicable resolution, we approached our neighbors. We explained the situation, provided documentation on the history of the right-of-way registration, noting that it was no longer on title, and asked if they would agree to our registering the right-of-way on the current title for both lots. The Chadwicks have agreed that the right-of-way may be registered on title, but they are not prepared to incur any costs.
So what cost would they have?
Well, if we come to the first condition that we're seeking relief on, which is condition 3, this is that the registered owner is to apply to the municipality to purchase the shore road
Yeah,
allowance
which is a fairly big cost.
adjacent to the retained property. And this would be something, it's the neighbor's property, not ours. We have already purchased our shore road
Shoreline.
allowance. We did so many years ago. And this is basically beyond our control.
Right.
So we're concerned that this requirement for our neighbors to purchase the shore road allowance creates some uneasiness and some potential tension. While the Chadwicks have agreed to the registration of the right of way, they are definitely not going to incur costs and not
Well,
prepared,
maybe that's fair too.
not prepared to move on their
But
purchase.
you're prepared to pay for the entrance permit, I would think.
We can come to the entrance permit. With respect, we can go there. I'm not hopping around here a little bit, but with respect to the entrance permit, our neighbors, they recognize, as do we, that the driveway has been there since 1953. It was duly constructed as part of the Plan 331, went into place in that way. And we understand from Public Works staff, they were going to make a visit to the site to hear our concerns, but we are still waiting to hear from them. But our impression is that this is legislation largely, this is a permit largely for new development, for new driveways. And we have nothing new happening here. This is the same driveway. It's been in place for
Right,
71
right.
years.
I know it is, yeah.
And we've been traveling over this driveway for 71 years. And we cannot purchase that permit. It would require our neighbors to purchase that permit. And again, they're not interested in doing so.
Even if, entrance permits are not that much money. If you gave them the money, would they do it?
They're not interested in moving forward on this.
Well,
I
they're
think
not.
we're in a situation where we wish to maintain good relations with our neighbors. And they have come a long way in agreeing to allow us to register the right of way on their title. So when they say they're not interested in purchasing the permit, we are respecting their wish in that.
Okay, so, but you could register right now. You could register on the title, right? Nothing stopping that, is there?
No, we cannot register on title without meeting your requirements here.
Okay.
And that's why we're asking for,
Okay, I got the picture now. Okay.
if I might though,
Yeah.
we do just want to add one more thing. We have a shed, which is actually an outhouse. And this is the condition 6. And we're seeking legal non-conforming or legal non-complying status, perhaps that's what I should call it, for condition 6. This is a shed that has been on the property and in that location since
And it's
1953.
within the 66 feet.
The thing is, it's been there since 1953.
Well, I
but-
realize
and
that, but that
yes.
doesn't make it right.
Well, we're asking that it be a legal non-conforming use. That's our
We want
request.
everything the way it is now.
Yes, we don't wish to move that. Now, we've presented quite a bit of information to staff. And they have agreed that, if I may hear the quote from staff, the outhouse appears to have legal non-complying status. However, staff did question the conflicting survey information. Therefore, this would be a council decision to waive the proposed condition. The survey situation, staff questioned why the shed did not appear consistently on all the surveys. We have been advised by Bishop Geyer that surveys generally include only those buildings deemed to be relevant to the issue.
To the main building.
And, but we went back to Bishop Geyer and they have included the shed. A revised survey showing the shed is included in our update to council. So it is there. And we're requesting that be deemed legal non-conforming status.
So it's still in use then, is it?
Yes, yes, it hasn't moved. It hasn't changed. It's been there since 1953. We have done some updates to it, some improvements, and it recently went through we recently had the septic inspection, so that's all cleared as well. So just in summary, because I don't want to take up all of our discussion time. I just wanted to quickly review. The driveway location has been the same since 1953. Nothing is changing there.
Understand though.
Yeah, nothing is changing there. The registration of the right-of-way was dropped, not due to anything we did, and we just really would like to put that back into place. This is a matter of legal registration only. There's no change in land use, no change, no development. Nothing is happening to that is a site alteration around this in any way. And these decisions regarding purchase of the short road allowance and the entrance permit have come to be beyond our control. Meeting the numerous requirements of Dysart et al. Has been a huge challenge for us. It's also been very emotional.
Yeah. I
Our
understand.
father had the foresight to register the right of way in 1956. And I do remember, I was just old enough to remember it. He tried to teach me a little bit about it. It was a big project. And he had the foresight to register that right of way in 1956 and then to purchase our shore road allowance in 2005, when many other cottagers did not. His intent was to eliminate any access issues with the right of way. We would like to honor his memory by
Look,
legally
I understand. All.
registering
I
that.
understand all. We understand what you've said.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. Appreciate you
Okay.
considering our request.
Okay, thank you. Okay, who's going to report from staff here?
I don't mind speaking to that, and through you, Mayor. I don't think we want to go into each one directly today. So if council wants to consider changing these conditions, we can bring back a report with an updated resolution that the applicants can then provide to the county with their application for consent.
Okay, I think that'd be a good approach. But in the meantime, are you going to register the right of way
We cannot register.
until you get these conditions?
We cannot move on this until we get these conditions cleared. And
Why
because
is
this has
that?
to go, we need your approval on this. We need to meet all these conditions and have your approval, and then we go to county.
Okay.
Perhaps I'm not the best person to
You have a lawyer, do you?
to explain all
Yeah,
of your.
Murray, just so you know, I've been up there and had a
Yeah.
look at this. And I feel for these people because they're really trying to do the right.
Yeah.
They're just trying to correct a wrong
Yeah.
that was no fault of their own. And maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong, Jeff. But there's a boathouse, I think, on the adjacent property. Is that right? And so that's why we're saying they have to buy that. But unfortunately, the boathouse has been there since, I don't know, years, right?
But
Obviously.
that's not on their lot, that's on the other guy's
It's
lot.
on the other people's lot who are trying to be the good neighbors and say, you can cross our property.
Yeah.
The neighbors have built a new building, which was all, they've had their building permits,
Yeah.
everything's all good on that. How we didn't catch the boathouse thing or try to rectify it then, I don't know. And it's brand new building. It's
The boathouse is not new though, is it?
the boathouse is not new. No, I don't think the boathouse has ever been touched.
No.
So anyway, and the driveway issue, so the same driveway, it's always been there. I think Rob, if he hasn't been up there, he would go up and look at it and say, no problem. I believe there's only one or two cottages past you. You're
Yes.
basically right at the end of
But
Dignan.
it is on,
It's maybe
it is on
5.
the main road though, the driveway.
Yes, it's
Yeah,
on
so it
Dignan.
does need a municipal approval.
Yeah, but I don't know really why it would need a
No,
new
it's
entrance
been there
permit
for
because it's
70
been there
years.
and it's quite obvious.
Boy,
So,
oh boy, we're getting some Craigmire, don't we?
yeah, so anyway, that's my 2 cents. I hate to see what's going on between these two people and the two neighbors when there's really no need for it, I don't
Yeah.
think. And they've been very cooperative with each other over
Yeah.
over
No,
50
this land
years. So,
titles through a lot of people
Yes.
rights away, just
Yeah.
eliminated.
It's land titles and the 40-year legislation.
Yeah.
Right of ways now expire after 40 years.
Yeah. Okay, all right, so Jeff, you're gonna bring back a report. And we'll deal with that in August then, and then it'll be done. Is that okay?
whatever process is.
Well, we
it's-
have to deal with it. It's been coming.
Yes,
here and coming here.
however you see fit to deal with it, but we would very much like to move forward with this.
Yeah, I understand that, yeah. Yeah, you've been here now. Yeah, I understand. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll get back to you. Hopefully we'll pass this thing in some form, okay?
Me to read the resolution, Murray?
I'm sorry?
I'll read the resolution.
Yeah, I need the resolution now.
Yeah, be it resolved that council acknowledges receipt of the delegation from severance proposal applicants for file D00-SV-2023-002 and further direct staff to return with the report detailing council's options to proceed.
Mover, go.
Sorry to jump in here, Mallory and Jeff. This is something we could just, like, I don't view that, there's no new construction or anything like that. Is it, I don't see any relevance in these conditions. Can we get rid of this now, Jeff, do you think, or? Just save you some work and save all us some time on that note. This is me running my mouth off right now, but my own opinion.
To be frank, I do think we need to come back. So the applicants made an application for a severance proposal that did proceed to council, and council passed a resolution outlining these conditions. So to amend these conditions, I think we need an updated resolution that changes the conditions that they're going to take to the county.
Because they have to take it to the county.
That's right. In this instance, so we are not the approval authority for consent. So our council is a commenting agency, and we recommend conditions that are provided to the county.
If we all agree here at council to get rid of all these conditions, like right today, you're saying that this can't be officially presented to the county council next? Like, we have to bring it back in August and basically do what I just tried to say there?
If council is very familiar with the property and very confident in making that decision without staff coming back with a full report to properly advise them, they can, but it's not recommended. So it's up to council if they would like to push it forward today, but staff recommend that the full report be brought back with staff recommendations. That's all. That's a normal process. Typically, when a delegation comes forward, we don't clean it up based on just the information that came into council on the day of. But it's up to council. If they're very familiar with this property, they're very familiar with every decision they're making when they're clearing a condition, then they're able to make it today.
Well,
One last question. What are what is going to be in your report, Jeff, that isn't what we're trying to resolve right now?
That's unclear right now. We'd go back and look at it in more detail. We provide council some information with related to those conditions. So in this instance, the applicants keep referring to the neighbor and the condition for them to remove or to purchase the shore road allowance to clear title to that boathouse. But in this instance, the neighbor is actually the applicant. They are the ones making application to the county and to the municipality for a consent application. So that's why that condition was put forward on that one. In terms of the entrance permit, my understanding is that proper entrance permit was never issued and that one is now being requested by the Public Works Department, but I certainly defer comments on that recommendation to the Public Works Department because I do not know that bylaw. In terms of the shed, it's hard to say. I want to go back and look at it. Based on the information provided by the applicants, it does appear that it does have legal non-complying status with regards to the water setback. However, there's certain questions. I know the applicants mentioned that at one point it was a sauna, an outhouse, and now it's a shed. So there's a change of use that might impact that legal non-complying status. But as Mallory mentioned, if council wants to pass a resolution today, just removing those three conditions from the resolution, I suppose that's a way that you can proceed.
The neighbor is the one that has. The neighbor is the one that has to close the shoreline for the boathouse, right? And they're saying they're not going to spend any money. Is that where the loggerhead's coming in?
Correct. And the neighbor is the applicant, but I certainly do understand the delegates' position here because they are the ones that are going to be benefiting from this right of way. And that the applicant is actually just trying to provide a right of way across their property. So I certainly see both sides.
Yeah. So Okay, I'm just gonna try and wrap this up. Jeff, then if you had if we had, you're really supporting the fact that these people have had this thing. So if we get the driveway approved, which we should be able to do in a heartbeat, we could, why couldn't we do the resolution today and try and put this to the county? Can we do that? Mallory, have you got your pen working?
Yeah, so you still want them to get a driveway entrance though?
Well, I mean, the driveway's been there since 71
The
years. so-
driveway's been there for, it's obvious that it's been there.
Yeah.
And I don't see, nothing's gonna change on the driveway. There's
Okay.
nothing. And if it was never a permit pulled for the driveway, I understand
They
that too,
didn't
because
issue permits.
there was never
71 years ago.
permits in 1950s. So I'm assuming, I wasn't here then, but anyway, that's.
Point of clarification. The shed is an outhouse and has always been an outhouse. There's no changed use. It's just that staff and the municipality used the word shed. So when they described it, and so we just responded in kind.
So,
It is clearly an outhouse. It's never been anything else. And it is situated at the top of a hill not near the shore edge at all, with 50, 60 feet of sand and gravel
okay,
between it.
that's
And
good, but we don't
so
need to hear that. Okay.
the other,
I'm not trying to shut
the
you
other
down
point-
here, but
no,
we're going around in the circle.
the other point I wanted to make is that the reason the application is made in our neighbor's name is that's the only way we could make the application. Your
understand.
forms require that.
So,
Okay.
if we're trying to do this today, Jeff, I'm gonna read a resolution, and tell me if this is gonna be enough for county to move, because I want to make sure that it's not held up because I didn't word something right. So I've got be it resolved that council acknowledges receipt of the delegation, and then I say further that council grants relief on conditions 3, condition 7, and recognize the legal non-conforming status of the shed located on the property as outlined in condition 6. Now, it doesn't have a lot of detail, but do you think that that would be enough for the county to move, or?
Yeah, I think so. The only one thing we might want to add later is the date that council put those conditions into place. So.
And that, the delegates are really detailed, which is great. So it was on, I think, council granted on April 25th, 2023. So.
And we can add the file number after. Yeah, that should be sufficient.
Do you want me, so we can just add it to the, okay, sure. So I'll read it the way it is now. Be it resolved that council acknowledges receipt of the delegation from severance proposal applicants for file number D00-SB-2023-002. And further that council grants relief on conditions 3, 7, and recognizes the legal non-conforming status of the shed located on the property as outlined in condition number 6.
That good, Jeff?
Yes, that sounds okay to me.
Mover and seconder, Barry and Pat, all in favor? Carried. There, we're done with you. Okay, next delegation, Paul McGeevery. I gotta be strong on this one. Okay? Yeah,
Is Paul in attendance, Murray?
no,
He's not. Okay. He was supposed to, I think he's supposed to be there in person. So, we could move on to the next file if he's not there, and then
well, we
hopefully he
can deal
shows
with it
up.
now. Too bad. he's
Yeah,
not-
or you could deal with it now. Yeah.
I
he
like
did
to
ask for a
move in here, but
delegation.
We're way behind.
Yeah.
Well, we've issued one license of occupation there. It's on the road allowance. We've also got a walkway out on our road allowance. When you back the car around there, it's tight. He's got an apartment that's upstairs at the back. He has access to the basement from that. He's had an access there since Fatty Austin skinned beaver in there 60 years ago. So it's I don't think we should issue another one, because where are we going to put the snow? Like it's on the street allowance. So I'm against issuing another certificate. You like that story about Fatty? That's the truth, by the way. Everybody in agreement then that we refuse this? Okay, resolution then. Mallory, you got your marching orders.
Yeah, be it resolved that council acknowledges receipt of the request from Paul McGravy requesting council endorsement to amend his license of occupation and further denies the request.
Okay, all in favor? Oh, I need a mover and second. Walt and Pat, all in favor? Carrie. Thank you. Okay, next.
I'm gonna leave for this one. Right?
Oh, yeah, right. Yeah, this is the 3D, right?
Yes.
We'll try and come and find you. Okay, are we going to have a staff report here, or are we just going to hear from Mrs. Dalkey?
Staff does not have a presentation or report on this.
Okay. So, Mrs. Dalkey, do you want to? Your dad would be Dieter Dalkey, and he built those cottages many years ago. I remember the controversy then.
Got it. All right. Okay, I know you remember, but I'm just going to bring everyone else up to speed if that's okay.
Yeah, well, I got along well with him
Oh, good.
most of the time.
I'm so happy to hear that. So in 1967, my parents bought and purchased the cottages and 500 acres of land. And in 1970-ish, we moved into one of the cottages. My parents, my 5 siblings, and myself. I was a baby back then. And we lived there as they built their big house. So in 2012, I purchased, my husband and I should be present. We purchased 2 of the cottages from him. And so right now, we've got a few things on the go. So in 93, a septic system was put in at the neighboring property of the first cottage, which fed 2 of the cottages. Apparently it's big enough to support 1 cottage. I just need to move the septic bed over. But the initial cottage that all 8 of us were in back in 1970 requires its own septic system. The issue being, of course, that it's not, it's too close to the road and too close to the lake. So I would like to humbly request if we could have a minor easement in order to put in a septic system there.
You own the backland too?
We do. We owe one.
Why don't you pump it up there?
Well, actually, that's also another thing we're going to ask for. I would like to not have to pump it. I would prefer not to, because we have hydro go out all the time. And if we don't have hydro, we can't pump it per se.
Unless you
So
get a generator.
unless you get, so we're just getting, it's getting all very convoluted. So
Yeah.
I would very much like it. I've spoken with, what's his name?
Barry's son.
Yes, Barry's son, to request that we put in, like he did an assessment of the
How
property.
close to water are you going to be with the septic system?
Oh, we're going to be 10 meters. May I show you?
Sure.
So
So that's only, boy, it's only, yeah, pretty tight.
It's tight. And so he said he could do like something environmental. He can do something with this to make it environmentally sound, but we'd have to have the easement, of course.
And you can't put it behind that, that other little building or parking lot or whatever it is, eh? Behind the house, you can't put it in here?
No, that's the lake right there.
Okay. So it's about only, how many I can't figure this out. It's a 3. Just, yeah.
Let's search. Which side?
Oh, may I? This is the lake right here.
It's 10.
Is that a municipality road or just a private road?
It was the rail corridor, what?
That's correct.
So then to put the septic on the other side, then you're gonna have to go under the road, run a big road up.
That's correct.
So that's not a very good option either.
Boy, she's pretty tight though.
I have full confidence in the man who's going to be installing
Well.
the system. If you guys are
You
in
need
agreement.
to.
If you are in agreement.
I don't know, it's, and what's the septic people think about this? You're in the business.
You're putting me in the hot plate there.
Oh, don't answer then. You don't want. Yeah. Yeah. It's Bree around or Carl? They're coming up on the agenda here. So I still haven't got an accurate count on just how far it is from the lake. 33 feet? But it says 10 meters. That's 30. And then there's, looks like the width of the building. I don't know, the sketch is not very clear.
You said there was another septic system on the property, didn't you?
Yes, on this one, currently it comes into this tank, which feeds over to this bed. This bed is now just installed as of today. It's closed.
Okay, I see what you're saying. It is 33 feet.
Sorry,
Yeah, go ahead.
so it's actually over here. We need to move it over onto our land with the other one. So there is enough land to do that. The concern is this one here.
Are these?
Marie,
lots
do you
covered
mind
or-
promoting Carl, because he's got his hand up in the participant section, so he can come on. I think that means he's at his computer and he can come on the screen if there's questions.
Is he there?
Yeah, he's coming now.
Okay. Morning.
Morning.
We've got a delegation here and they're asking permission to put a septic tank within 33 feet, and it's apparently a specialized one of the water because they don't have any other place to put it.
Right. So yeah, so I did attend this property with Zach to look at the situation. So he does have in this site plan the one of the beds at 10 meters, which doesn't comply with the building code standard of 15 meters to the water. And I know we did talk about, well, we can look at an alternative solution to the building code where if you use a tertiary treatment unit that you can get a closer distance. So that's probably why he's searching for the 10 meters. But, this whole process is looking for the council variance to get a closer setback for a septic system from our zoning bylaw, which is currently 20 meters. So that's a bit of a tricky issue is that they're trying to get this variance so that they can apply for a 10-meter setback under the building code. So that's essentially what we're looking at today.
So what kind of a precedent is this going to set then?
Yeah, it's going to be a tricky one. We're going to have to look at this very closely with regards to setbacks, because if it's not even meeting the building code setback, which is a closer setback than the zoning bylaw setback.
Hey, Carl, where it says, like, can you see the sketch there? Or,
Yep.
it says parking.
Yeah,
So
yeah, I see that.
What would happen if that parking area was moved someplace else? Could that be moved back another, 5 or 10 meters there?
And that's the thing. Yeah, I heard from the delegate that they own the property across the road. Well, can they park across the road and maybe shift that septic closer to the road, the 3 meters? It has to be at least 3 meters from the property line, which that Carter Lake Road is the property line. So if they move that back, I don't know what the capability is. It's all flat area there, and I don't think that there's any problems there other than maybe trees. But if they're taking out the trees for parking, maybe shift the parking to the other side of the road. I don't know if that's a possibility. I'm just question to the delegate.
Yes, that will be fine. I don't mind moving parking across the road or even to the other side of the cottage. That should be no problem if that would help facilitate the septic bed.
So what he's saying could happen then?
Yeah, I can move parking.
Yeah, well, that makes sense. Let's do that.
That would help, eh, Carl?
Yes, correct.
So could I just move the parking to the other side of the cottage? That will be fine?
Yeah, it just says if you can push the septic closer to the road.
Okay.
So this would amend the request. Sorry, Jeff, you go ahead before I go ahead.
Yeah, and I just wanted to outline for council like the approval process here. So the request does not appear to comply with the zoning bylaw, so there's two options available. The applicant can apply for a zoning bylaw amendment, which would bring that approval process through council, or the applicant could apply for a minor variance, which would take that approval process through the Committee of Adjustment. It appears that these structures are located on road allowances, so council, if they are agreeable to this request, would have to provide a resolution that would allow the applicant to submit these applications on municipal property.
Would love to.
Gets more complicated, doesn't it?
Oh, it gets better. There's more.
There's more.
Oh, there's more. May I share?
Yeah.
Okay. So I would also like to buy the shore and the road allowance, if you're agreeable, if that would help facilitate this. And I would also like to, if you're okay with this, I would also like to be able to separate parcel 1, part 1 from 3, and parcel 2, part 2 from 4.
So when you get the septics done, then you
Then I
apply
can-
for severance.
Then I would like to sever them, yes.
So that's a whole other process then, Jeff.
Yes, the severance process, again, as we discussed on the previous delegation, is an approval process under the Planning Act, whereas the municipality is a commenting agency and the County of Haliburton is the approval authority.
So we would comment on the proposal and away it would go. So number 1 is to move the septic. And I guess number 2 is
Yeah,
to close the shoreline and apply for a severance.
yes, please.
That's all doable, I think, yeah.
That would be.
I think it would be this is a very complicated property, which we all know, everyone talking knows. I do think it'd be best for staff to return with a report after they've taken a better look at this, because I caution council on making any decisions right now. It sounds like things might change, and part of this approval process, it'd be important for a planning process like that to go through the proper channel. But if council could, I don't know if council could give some indication if they'd be willing to allow the applicants to purchase, is that what you're looking for, Jeff? Allow them to purchase the road allowance, ensure road allowance for this? Like if they could give their endorsement for that?
Yeah, in addition to that endorsement, if council's agreeable to the applicant, or sorry, the delegate submitting an application or a Planning Act application on our property, we need that direction too.
Have you submitted all this stuff to Jeff yet, or this is just a delegation for fact finding?
Well, I've submitted the letter and the documents, if that's what you mean.
Yeah. So this is me, again, running my mouth off a bit, but if that's the case, Jeff, if she puts everything in a handbasket and hands it to you as to what she wants to do, it'll save reinventing the wheel. If one conflicts with the other later on, keep it simple on that note, but I think it's all doable in my eyes.
It just needs the proper procedure to do it. Yeah.
Could I just ask one question here? And of course, I'm totally, I have no idea what this property is, but I'm looking here at this road. And I've heard it's a big issue to put the septic underneath the road.
No, but if you can move the parking, you don't.
Well,
have
but I'm
to.
just saying to you, you could spend a lot of money on what you're planning on doing here, but for what, $4,000 or $5,000, you can buy quite a generator today?
But then she says the hydro's off all the time.
But you gotta dig the road out, well, disrupt traffic and do all the.
I wouldn't last any more than an hour or two, would it?
Carl's got his hand.
Yeah, go ahead, Carl, sorry.
Yeah, just so if you put the septic system across the road, it would then fall under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Environment and no longer municipality because it's on a different property. Even though it's owned by the same person, that the Cardiff Lake Road is a municipal road, it's a natural divide between that property. So it'll push it to the Ministry of Environment rather than the municipality.
Let's not do that.
Sorry about that.
Thank you. Thank you for ignoring that one. Good.
Why didn't your dad just follow the rules?
Oh. Right?
I asked him that many times. He was a teacher at the high school, wasn't
Yes, in
Yeah.
Bancroft.
he? Okay, well, then you got you know what you're doing now?
No, I will leave vaguely, so I have to, please reiterate it so I can understand.
I can reiterate through a resolution as well, but Jeff, did you have a comment before we do that?
Well, I was just going to suggest that I think the first step would be to bring back an application to purchase the road allowance because
Yeah.
just looking at the proposal, it looks like council would be considering selling a portion of the shore road allowance, but also perhaps a portion of the road allowance for Cardiff Lake Road. At that time, we could review maybe a more detailed site plan showing what road allowances the structures were located on and how far they would be from the lake, and then council could make further direction there.
Cardiff Lake Road?
Yes, you do.
Okay, Jeff, then Mallory, can you include that?
So we don't need, sorry, 1 second. So we don't need permission for the septic system on Cardiff Lake Road because that might be resolved, is what you're saying, Jeff.
Well, council does have the option of doing a license of occupation. I know we were discussing putting the septic system location across the road, and there is one other instance up near Kinesis Lake where we've granted a license of occupation for the infrastructure to go under our road. But my understanding is that the applicants are looking to purchase a portion of the road allowance for Cardiff Lake Road for this infrastructure.
So right now, council only needs to provide endorsement to purchase a road allowance and a shore road allowance. Is that
I think
correct?
that's the way to start. If
Okay.
the applicants really are intent, and want to go through with the minor variance process or the zoning process, they do need council's permission because these structures are on municipal property. I would seek direction from council which approval process they'd like to go through because one is a council decision and one is a committee of adjustment decision. And historically, just based on policy, these water setback variances are to be strictly adhered to. So I just want to advise council right now, like the official plan might not support this type of request.
It sounds like there's another option for the septic as well if the parking's moved. So maybe it is to move things along. It's up to council. I'll read a resolution right now. Be it resolved that council provides their endorsement for Kira Dalkey to purchase a road allowance and a shore road allowance for her property located on Cardiff Lake Road. Is there anything that we want added to that?
And then what will be my next step? So I purchase it and then I come back to you, or where will I go next for this, please?
So Carl's got a comment. I'll let.
So once you own if you own the property or get a license of occupation to do what you want, to put in those septic systems, you'll need a variance to allow for the 15-meter setback to the water, which currently the zoning bylaw is 20 meters. So if you're 15 meters, you'll need a variance for that. It'll meet the building code requirements. So once you get that variance, we can issue the septic permits to install these systems. So that would be your next stage, is to get a variance for that setback from the water to the septic.
Does that mean
So
I'm
if you-
different to you?
So sorry. If council's agreeable, we can leave the minor variance permission in case it's needed. If that makes sense.
One quick question for Carl, please. So Carl, if the parking is moved, and how much do they gain there in regard to
Quite a
the?
bit.
They probably gain 5 meters, which means that they'll meet the 15 meters, which is the minimum under the building code, but it still won't meet the zoning setback. So I don't think that they can put in a septic system there that'll meet the zoning setback.
Oh, they'll get a minor variance then.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay.
So based on that, I can read another resolution. Be it resolved that council provides their endorsement for Kira Dalkey to purchase a road allowance and a shore road allowance, and to submit a minor variance for a new septic system on the road allowance on Cardiff Lake Road.
That sounds right. That sounds
Does
good.
that sound?
Okay, so purchase the shore and the road apply to purchase the road, shore and road allowance, and then you've endorsed the minor variance.
Yeah.
So I'll be okay? Endorse applying for it.
Yeah.
Okay,
And you get a
And move-
copy of that.
and move the parking spot. Okay. All right.
We just need a mover and a seconder for that.
Okay, Carmen, Nancy, all in favor? Carried. Your husband, is he the one that used to sell coffee up here?
No, Anthony Lawrence
Yeah.
is my husband, so he should actually probably be in part of the minutes of this as well. No, he's not from around here.
Oh, okay. There was a Lawrence that sold coffee. That's all I remember. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Yeah, sorry it was so complicated.
Oh, me too.
Everything today has been complicated, by the way. Okay. Jeff, we're gonna have you on a little later then? For a bunch of shoreline closures, I think.
That's correct.
Okay, fire department. Danny boy.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a long morning. I'll just quick standard report for me this month. Just a quick update. If you're looking at the numbers, last year we had 49 calls versus 42 for the month of June. My review looks like most of that was fire complaints because of the fire ban that was happening last year at this time. So that being said, our call volume is pretty much status quo for the month of June going forward. This year we have a total of 205 calls versus 198 at this time last year. So we're staying in the right ballpark, but a little bit higher. I attended 2 inspections for the month of June. Both were actually for liquors license approvals. And at this time, the fire department is working with the grants and procurement coordinator to look into 2 different grants that might help do some projects here for the fire department and the community, as well as working on formalizing a final truck tender for the replacement of our rescue, which I had requested approval to start last fall. So I'll just give you an update on that. And that's all I have, unless you have any questions for me.
Any questions for Dan?
Dan, on that rescue that you're replacing, where do we ever sit with the bill on that job?
Sorry, where do we sit with the bill on that?
Yeah, did they honor their quote, or did we have to come? Was a lot higher than we anticipated.
It ended up being a lot higher than we anticipated. I might have to ask Barbara for clarification on the final numbers on that, but I understand Halliburton Auto was still trying to seek some sort of recompense back from the provider of the engine on that.
Yeah, that's my question. Why are we paying for something that they supplied us that was no good?
Yeah, That's a very good question. We had honored the initial quote then, and then we were paying the extra over to Bracebridge. Ended up doing the final work on everything there. So
Yeah, I'd like to see that quote if I can, and the full invoice on that job, please.
okay.
Thanks.
Okay. Anything else for Dan? Resolution?
Be it resolved that council acknowledges receipt of the fire department report for June 2024.
Mover and seconder. Walt and Pat, all in favor? Carried. Hey, we're moving right along now.
Thank you.
Parks, Recreation. I think this is pretty well slam dunk, isn't it? Not going to charge the churches, surely. Resolution, Mallory?
Yeah, sure. If you guys have decided, so be it resolved that council approves the request by the Halbert Ministerial Association to waive the band shell rental fees for August 4th, 2024 combined worship service.
And Andrea, you're in agreement to that? Okay, mover and seconder. Tammy and Pat, all in favor? Okay. Okay, next is Barb Hammond request to waive the fee for the boat races.
Yes, so Barb did submit an email requesting the fees be waived. She did find out about the fees the second week of July. She hadn't filled out a park use agreement yet, so she received the revised park use agreement and I had mentioned about the fees to her with that. So she sent an email to Mallory.
Okay, I think so right now she would pay $750, right?
That's correct.
Okay, Walt.
Yeah, I'd like to just make a comment on that. I've done a little bit of homework on what the boat races have brought to the community, of course. Lots of people in town. I know everybody doesn't like it, but everybody doesn't like every event in the park anyways, but it has been quite successful in regard to they've raised close to $40,000 for our hospital. And any money that we take, charge them in fees, that's money that's the only charity, basically, the Ladies Auxiliary, which is not in existence right now because they're looking for more volunteers, but the hospital has benefited close to $40,000. They supply 3 potties this year, porta potties. They pick up all their own garbage. So I know that it's very controversial, anything we're doing like this, but they have been donating money to our hospital every year, and I think we should waive it for right now until maybe we resolve all these events in the park at a later date in regard to fees. Thank you.
Well, any comments on that? So because it's going to the hospital, or okay.
In terms of town, Murray, like as Walt said, it's added back to the community, but on the same note, there's positive and minuses to it. Evidently, there'll be hiccups in parking and traffic and all this other stuff, but it's temporary on that note. So
yeah.
Anyway.
Okay, you want to rescind this then? Or waive the fee, is that what we're saying? Mover and seconder?
I would say that we waive like this year, but I think as we're trying to create a more efficient set of
And we talked about that earlier. Yeah. We got to figure this out.
Policies and fees here in the future where it doesn't become a controversial issue.
Yeah, that's right.
You want me to read a resolution to waive, Murray?
Yeah.
Okay. Be it resolved that council approves the request by Barb Hammond to waive Head Lake Park rental fees for the 2024 powerboat races. Setup day will be August 16th and the event will take place August 17th to 18th.
And I would add that the funds be still directed to the Health Services Board. That was the reason.
On the condition of?
Well, no, as just as an add-on that people want to know why we waived it, and they can't tell from that resolution.
So the portion of the
funds would go to the Health Services Board.
It will go Yeah, but that sounds like we're putting our funds into it. That's something they do separately from us. I know what you're saying. I could put that in the minutes as a separate note, but I don't know if I want it under that motion.
Oh, okay, well, as long as
Yeah,
he realizes why we're doing it, that's all.
yeah, I'll note it in the minutes just as a side note here, there.
Okay?
Yeah,
Did we move or second that yet?
I don't think so.
No. Carm and Walt, all in favor? Carried. Okay. Okay, thanks, Andrea.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Try and look after that park a little better, will you?
Yeah, well, the cameras have to work. So,
I know it's a challenge, isn't it?
yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
building and bylaw, Carl, Bree, and Haley.
So I'll start with the building permit monthly report for June. So as you can see, June was another dismal month for building permits in comparison to previous years. Now, looking at a little closer, I was reviewing Canada reports, and in comparison with June 2023 and 2024, housing starts in Ontario are down 24% for single family dwellings and 12% for all other types of dwellings, such as apartments, condo buildings, etc. Looking at our closest major center, City of Barrie, they're down 53% for single family dwelling starts and 88% for all others. So we're not the only ones experiencing this. Looking closer at Dysart, in comparison to the first half of 2023 to 2024, we're only down 16% in our overall permit numbers, but looking at that a little closer, you see the construction value and our permit fee revenue. Those are both substantially lower. We look at our new housing starts, we're down 69% for single family dwellings and 78% for other dwellings. Even looking at our biggest market, seasonal dwellings, which isn't captured in the other in the single family dwellings, we're down 25%. So these are our bigger permit numbers. So we're down that much in those permit numbers. We're making it up with decks, sheds, garages, so smaller projects, which again doesn't really accumulate as much as what the dwellings do. Dysart's largest employment sector is construction. We went from having not enough skilled labor to where we are now. Why is this? It's hard to point a finger at any one thing. It could be Canada's high inflation rate, interest rates, capital gains tax regulations, carbon tax, pick one or all of them. I'm not sure exactly why our permit numbers are so low. If you look at our average daily inspections for June, they are actually up right now because we have a lot of older permits that we're doing, but that will eventually catch up with the low permit numbers and decrease. Once that decreases, it means the contractors are not working. So something to keep in mind and keep an eye on anyway. And I don't know if anybody has anything to add from the construction side, what you're seeing out there.
Well, I think a lot of contractors are working on contracts they already had. And we all knew this would happen. It happens every time when you have a peak and then you have a valley. So that's not good. But I don't know how long it's going to last, but it'll last a little while. Okay. Not good news anyway. Resolution, Mallory?
Yeah, be it resolved that council received the June 2024 building permit activity report as information.
Mover and seconder. Barry and Tammy. Thanks, Carl. Okay, Bree, septic maintenance and inspection.
Okay, good morning, everybody. So I guess we can just keep this one pretty short as well. This report contains updates with regards to our inspections from the septic program for the month of June. We also did provide a bit of an amendment to some of the numbers from May. Our tracker was a little bit mixed up, so as I was going through our June details and stuff, I noticed that, so I wanted to provide an accurate update there. So that's reflected in the charts that were within the report. We did inspect in June, roughly 94 properties within the 4 weeks. We're averaging roughly about 5 inspections per day, which is still a little bit less than what we were doing last year. And that's just, again, in an effort to help our industry partners catch up with the backlog that we've created with regards to septic repairs, pump outs, things like that. Overall, so far, we are seeing good responses from property owners with regards to staff's etiquette on site and such. We're getting a lot of good feedback that way, which is nice to hear. And we are seeing some prompt follow-up with regards to any of the remedial actions with homeowners following up with getting pump outs completed and things like that. So a lot of those things are once they receive the report, they're following up with that pretty quickly, which is nice to see as well.
How is, when you're rating rating them now, how is that going over?
Yeah, the lake health assessments have been received quite well so far. Most of our properties are sitting in that sort of A to A plus category with regards to their scores. So save for, a few people who have been given some guidance on how to improve it, a lot of people are at an 80% score or higher. And they're finding the information that we're providing on both on site and in the reports to be quite helpful. And again, all that information is also available on our website, so that if anybody who did receive good scores or bad scores wants to reflect on that, they can click on and reference that at their convenience.
And question you if they have to, yeah.
Mhm.
Okay, I guess resolution, Mallory? Unless there's questions.
So be it resolved that council receives a June 2024 update for the septic maintenance inspection program as information.
Okay, mover and seconder, Nancy and Walt, all in favor? Carried. Okay. Okay, Haley? Bylaw.
Good morning. Yes, so the bylaw update for the most recent month, our numbers are generally holding steady around 20 complaints per month. That's keeping steady. In terms of last council, we discussed the illegal posting of signs. So we have identified a number of contractors and they've been contacted via letter to request that they take down their illegal signs. Any signs that could be removed or by ourselves have been removed. Just a number of them are 20 feet in the air and we just can't get to them. Another issue that I wanted to bring forward and get council's direction on is that we've been getting some complaints regarding contractors mooring boats or barges near public boat launches. They're generally not interfering with the use of the public boat launch. And these contractors are providing vital service to the water access only sites on those lakes. Generally, if they are not interfering with the boat launch, we've had an understanding that they are necessary. I just wanted to get council's opinion on how we should move forward with enforcing this.
I think you're on the right page there. I think council will endorse what you're doing.
Okay. I believe that's everything for me. If there's any questions.
Do you want to talk about parking at all or here?
Thanks, Marie. There's been a letter from the BIA, Haley, regarding a couple problematic parking areas. One's by the cenotaph, where they're taking advantage of the area beyond the last parking spot there, going towards the town docks, I guess, on the right-hand side. Anyway, it's a line of sight issue on that note. The other one too is beside Outdoors Plus on the right-hand side as well, going towards the main lights. They're always taking advantage of that. Again, outside of the area, out more of a turning radius there for vehicles turning right to go to the main street. I'm not explaining it very clear. I can take you and have a look, but anyway, again, it's a safety issue where people have to really pull out into that intersection to get an idea whether it's safe or not to pull out. And by the time they're out, they're committed. So I'm thinking if that was the case. Yeah.
So we're aware of that issue. We are doing regular patrols of particular hotspot areas for sightline obstructions, which includes the area by the Cenotaph, by Outdoors Plus, also near the arena. There's a number of areas that we've identified as problem areas for people blocking the sightlines, and we have been out and patrolling and ticketing when we see somebody.
Okay. Is there anything spray painted on the ground? Like, you know, we use wheelchair paintings for wheelchair spots. Was that something we could put a big P in the mark through, or I put too many signs up, because next thing you know, we're fighting it in the wintertime with the grader. But anyway.
Yeah, that's something I could talk to Public Works about. In both the areas that you mentioned, there is the triangle on the ground indicating that that is the end of the parking area, and we are finding people are still parking there. But if something more brightly colored or some lines could help, possibly.
Okay.
But it is indicated on the roadway that it's no longer a parking space.
Okay, thanks for that. And any business in town that's having a struggle with people taking advantage of the parking spots on the main street and being there too long can call you and you'll go out. It's like,
yes, absolutely. I have been hearing that there's been issues, but we haven't actually received any reports from anybody about particular cars that are there for this period of time. So we don't have that report to go out and look to see if that car's there.
sounds good. I'm on the part of the BIA, so I'll just take that back to them and let them know. That'd be great.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks, Pat. Okay, a resolution in Mallory?
Okay, be it resolved that council received the bylaw update report for June 18th to July 16th, 2024 as information.
Mover and seconder. Carm and Pat, all in favor? Carry. Okay, thank you very much, Lori. Okay, I'm not going to ask about Wigamog because I won't ask. Okay, Public Works. Dave, Rob, and John. We need.
I will be presenting for Dave today, Mayor.
Okay.
So I'll hit the high note on the maintenance activities. So we've had some pretty heavy rains in the last month. We fared out relatively well. We do have a crew going around fixing some minor washouts. We did have more of a major washout on Calico Road that was repaired earlier in the month. There wasn't a road closure. There was a single lane maintained throughout the washout. But I will note for council, this is the third time since I've been here that we've had an issue at that location. So I don't know how many more times we want to see water overtop the road before we look at placing a larger structure in there. Just food for thought. It doesn't have to happen in the near future, but say three times in 13 years, it's going to happen again.
What's in there now, Rob?
There's twin plastic culverts, 3-footers.
Okay. All right. Okay, resolution then, unless there's a question.
I have a question for Rob. I know that we stopped cutting the grass along the side of the roads a few years ago, and I understand probably why, because of money and manpower and everything, but I think it's something that we should reconsider in the future here. The amount of growth of the vegetation is unbelievable. When some of the roads, I think it's starting to create a bit of a danger problem also, but I think it's something that we should probably consider here in the future. Rob, I know it's part of your budget and everything, but I don't know how we can go about it, but I think we should put it on the discussion table for sure.
Yeah, we can certainly add it as a budget discussion and update the level of service if that's council's desire.
Rob, is that something we can put on our backhoe, or what do we need for that? Like, I know typically it's a tractor with a guy in Minden used to do it here. But is there something we can do with some of our equipment, or when maybe we got a week or two, or?
Not really. It's just, say we do have over 300 kilometers of road that will require it. So now you're talking 600 lane kilometers. I mean, manpower is one thing, but we don't have equipment right now that's set up for it.
No, you could rig a backhoe up, couldn't you? At least I Googled it. Dr. Google says you can.
Yeah, well, I mean, we can look at different options. Quite honestly, it probably is cheaper to contract it out because you can do a lot of damage to those things.
Contract with the county and the municipality.
Yeah.
All right, well, you put it in the budget. We'll have a look at it.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Rob, Rob, could you tell me how much it costs to do Midway Street?
Not offhand, no. I could look that up for you.
Okay, great, thanks.
What did you ask?
I asked how much it costs to do Midway Street.
Okay. Have we got that issue in our court solved with that thing that, what was his name, was here about 2 or 3 times? You were going to talk to the neighbors in by the hall that, yeah.
No, like I've been waiting to go, but nobody has, they said to stop, wait until I heard back.
Oh, well, I thought you had a go.
Oh, okay, so I can go now. Okay.
Okay. Okay,
Resolution?
yeah, resolution, we're ready.
Be it resolved that council receives this report outlining road maintenance activities for June 2024 as information.
Mover and seconder. Nancy and Pat. I missed you all in favor? Okay, stop sign on Sisu Lane.
Yeah, not an unusual request. Another request for a stop sign off Sisu Lane, which is off of Kenaway Road. We've had the request like this in the past, and we have direction to bring back a consolidated stop sign bylaw, which will include all of these side roads moving forward. So if council wishes, we can place a yield sign as an interim, as a stopgap, because they do not require bylaws. Or you can just deny the request outright.
Well, if we've got a yield sign, we should put it up, I think. It's a start. Okay.
Yeah, it's good practice to have stop or yield control at your intersections just for assigning right of way.
Yeah, right. Okay, resolution then?
Be it resolved that council directs staff to include a stop sign at the intersection of Sisu Lane and Kenaway Road on the draft consolidated stop sign bylaw, and further that staff are directed to install the yield sign at the location as an interim measure.
Okay, all in favor? Barry and Carm, all in favor, I guess. I said that twice. Okay, I'm getting tired. Winter sand tender screening.
Yeah, so we had the winter sand tender went out for screening at Kenaway Pit. The reason we're screening there and not Carroll Pit is Carroll is scheduled to be cleared later on this year, and you'll see some tender results come next month for that one. We're recommending the second bid on this because the low bid had an incomplete submission and was an automatic rejection. So for that matter only, we're recommending Fowler Construction to do the work.
Okay, no locals bid that, eh?
The low bid was local.
Okay.
Rob, where was that being published as to where the tender was? I didn't see it.
It was on bids and tenders.
Okay, did we not talk about that a while back in terms of putting in the newspaper so everybody local?
I believe it was in the newspaper as well. It's my understanding.
Okay. If it is, that's great. If it's not, I didn't see it. Okay, moving forward, then they're all going to be in the newspaper. Is that what we're talking about here then?
See, that's another issue because depends what paper it's in. Like traditionally we've been advertising in the Echo, which most people don't see.
Okay.
And that could be where it was.
Well, what paper was it in, Rob? Do you know?
I believe it was the Echo. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. And that's again because of price, because we put prices out and they were the low price.
Well, that's fine, as long as it's in the local newspaper, like, again,
Yeah.
guys I've talked to haven't seen it, so.
Yeah,
you know.
okay. All right. Okay, resolution then, Mallory.
Be it resolved that council directs the work outlined in RFT 2024-PW-15 winter sand screening be awarded to Fowler Construction Company Limited for $67,560 excluding HST, and that the work be funded by the operating budget.
Okay, mover and second. Nancy and Pat, all in favor? Carry. Okay. Mechanical brushing.
Yeah, so staff are recommending low bid on this tender as well for mechanical brushing. Yard Boys has been our contractor for, I'm going to guess, 3 or 4 years in a row now. And they were certainly low bid on this, and there's about 27 kilometers of road being brushed this fall.
Oh boy, that's quite a bit.
can I ask a question? Has Yard Boys been over in the Harcourt Township in the last 3 or 4 years?
That I can't say off the top of my head. Again, I can put that on my list for you, Counselor.
Okay, so I just wanted to know what kind of brushing they do. Just, I know Jim Kerr's brushing, so I kind of know, but I don't know what Yard Boy does. Because I've seen in other municipalities, it a complete mess, or it's nice and neat and looks amazing.
They did a nice job last year.
Okay, all right. I just wanted to know.
They did a good job.
They did a good job last year.
Okay.
Well, hopefully they'll do it again. Okay, resolution, Mallory?
Be it resolved that council directs the work outlined in 2024-PW-17 mechanical brushing on various municipal roads, be awarded to Yard Boys Limited for $74,580 plus HST, and that the work be funded by the operating budget.
Mover and seconder. Nancy and Walt, all in favor? Carried. Okay. Next, John, I guess the bylaw to purchase the property at Kenice.
Correct. This is a bylaw to purchase the land adjacent to Kinesis Lake landfill for the establishment of our CAZ, the Contaminant Attenuation Zone, which is a requirement as we are currently in compliance with the Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks Guideline B7 determination of contaminant limits and attenuation zones. Council has been aware of this purchase, and this bylaw is just making it official. The purchase cost will be accommodated in our 2024 capital budget, of which 70% is coming from the reserve.
Yeah, and we had that before, so this is the bylaw today coming.
Correct.
Okay, mover and resolution.
Yep. Be it resolved that bylaw 2024-66 being a bylaw to authorize the purchase of lands described as part of Part Lot 17, Concession 2 in the geographic township of Havelock, Municipality of Dysart, which is Chad and Stephanie Burden, for a contamination attenuation zone for Kinesis Lake landfill, be read a first, second, third time, pass signed, and the corporate seal attached thereto.
Okay, mover and seconder. Carm and Barry, all in favor? Carried. Okay, Havelock waste management summary.
Yeah, so this is our second quarter summary report of waste management in terms of vehicle counts, tonnages. For the first half of this year, we've had an 8.52% increase in the number of vehicles that have come up to our waste management sites compared to last year. I think that would definitely speak to last May when we were having the wildfire smokes and the fire bans, and so there may be less cottagers coming up. So we've kind of seen it back an increase in vehicle traffic. In terms of tonnage, for the first half of this year, we've had a slight decrease in our blue box tonnage, a slight decrease in our garbage tonnage, and a 13% decrease in our construction and demolition waste that we have received, which I think also corresponds to what was mentioned by the building department about building permits being down as well. Yeah. Revenue for this year, we are down for the first half of this year of 3.92% of our revenue, which again would correspond to less material coming into the site. And then for our expenses are down 48% compared to last year, but we have to keep in mind that is partially because of our Blue Box transition. We are no longer funding the Blue Box program at the moment. So that is a significant decrease that we would have seen in our expenses for the calendar year so far.
A little worried about our budget when I keep hearing these things are going down. Okay, Mallory, I guess resolution.
Yep. Be it resolved that council received the second quarter 2024 waste management summary for information.
Mover and seconder. Barry and Nancy, all in favor? Carried. Okay, battery recycling.
Yes, so since 2020, the province has had a regulation for the management of what is essentially household batteries, designating them for recycling. These are things like AA, AAA, C's, and D type batteries. Raw Materials Corporation, or RMC, has been providing collection of batteries to Dysart since 2013. And we actually signed an agreement with them in response to new regulation back in 2020. And then in September of 2023, Raw Materials was acquired by Environmental 360 Solutions. We currently have drop-off options for household batteries at all 5 of our waste disposal sites and Dysart Town Hall. And batteries are also accepted at our 3 household hazardous waste days. We receive a financial incentive for the batteries that we receive for recycling. And last year, we collected 1.76 metric tons of household batteries for recycling. Those batteries that are collected and sent to E360 Solutions, they send it to their facility in Port Colborne, where the zinc, manganese, and potassium are actually recovered and used as a micronutrient to grow corn. The steel and nickel is recovered and sold as a premium product in the production of new materials. E360 Solutions has selected Dysart to launch a new outdoor battery recycling collection container. So in this new bin, year-round residents will be able to drop off designated batteries in the bin. We're going to locate that bin on York Street at the entrance to Head Lake Park, close proximity to obviously the Farmers Market, Rails End Gallery and Arts Center, and the Head Lake Park. So we'll have high visibility, as well as staff are visiting that location daily as they're doing the public space recycling collection. This new bin is considered a smart container. So there's actually sensors in the bins that will monitor its fullness, and they'll notify E360 Solutions when the pickup is required. And there's also a monitor to monitor the temperature of the bin. So if it were to get too hot, it actually would notify them to come and take a look at the bin. And as well, there's actually a fire suppression system. So if in the rare instance there were a fire, it would actually suppress the fire in that bin. This company is launching this system in 10 municipalities in Ontario, and Dysart would be the smallest municipality that they would be working with. There's no cost to us, and we would receive a financial incentive for the batteries that we collect in that system. We're just waiting for this new bin to arrive, but we're really excited to be one of 10 municipalities across Ontario to be introducing this new state-of-the-art bin to our public to drop off household batteries.
John, just jumping in, I think it's a great idea, but I think the location is going to be a problem. I feel that, at least in my house anyway, like we have a little container saving up these batteries. I think it's part of a chore going to the dump. It would, if you're looking for visibility, you put it right inside the dump gate or part of the, right beside the dump shack, maybe on that note. But I feel that it could cause congestion, and not only that, vandalism at the Head Lake Park if kids get into it and start throwing batteries all over the place. And that's me running my mouth off again. But anyway, I think it's a great idea. I just think that it should be in the landfill area myself. But
yeah, so we already collect batteries at all 5 of our landfill sites. And the purpose of this bin is to be very publicly available. So perhaps if you're visiting the playground with your family, you see the bin and you start to think about bringing your batteries there. Because it's in a high visibility area, we're hoping that with staff presence as they're looking at the garbage and recycling bins right next to it, that we can kind of monitor its safety, making sure that the bin is safe and secure. And it's something that we'll be monitoring throughout, just to make sure that it is in the right location. Another option would be outside the welcome center as well.
I guess we're going to try and see what it works. So if you light up when you're eating corn, you'll notice the potassium and the magnesium in it out of batteries. That's really encouraging. Anyway.
They've been doing it for many, many years. It's a great way to grow corn for biofuels.
Well, I don't like eating corn that comes out of a battery. Anyway, that's me. Anyway, could we have a resolution then, Mallory?
Yeah, be it resolved that council received this report for informational purposes about the outdoor battery recycling collection container provided by Environmental 350 Solutions Limited.
Okay, we'll see how that works. Mover and seconder, Tammy and Nancy, all in favor? Carried. Thanks, John.
Thank you.
Okay. Quarterly metered sewage report. Finance.
Yes.
Barb.
Good morning. So we have here the metered sewage readings report at June 30th. And so we're actually ahead of last year just by 2.8%. 3 key players there being Extendicare, Echo Hills, and Park Lane Apartments.
What about gardens? How are they hooked into, are they not on?
They're, yeah, they're not on meters.
Oh, that's why their sewage bill's so high then. Okay. Okay. Okay, I don't know what's different about them than Extendicare or Park Lane or Echo Hills. All seniors. Anyway. Okay, resolution then, Mallory?
Be it resolved that council acknowledges receipt of the quarterly metered sewage readings report for the period ending June 30th, 2024.
Okay, mover and seconder. Walt and Pat, all in favor? Carried. Check summary.
So we have here the check summary at June 2024. Total disbursements for the month were $5,359,092.64. Of special note under accounts payable, we had our quarterly transfer payments to the county and the boards of education, totaling of $4,022,136.
Okay. Any questions? Resolution?
Be it resolved that council acknowledges receipt of the June 2024 check summary.
Okay, mover and seconder, Barry and Carm, all in favor? Carried.
Well, we got Barb, we're talking
Yeah.
about, you requested a while ago, about maybe having a look at the checks as they,
Yeah.
is that going ahead, or did you guys decide on what you're doing there?
Yeah, that's what the county does. They,
We did review, followed up with our legal counsel that advised us on that originally after the meeting, and they did concur that that was best practice. But that said, you can still come in and request to review the checks at any time you like. Like just make a meeting with Barbara or one of the staff and you can review the whole check register. If you have questions about anything or you're curious, any member of council can do that at any time. But there's no conflict because you're not approving checks here. The checks have already been issued. You're just receiving the information on the total.
Okay.
well, how come the county does it? They just do it, do they? Okay, because we all get a copy of all the checks, every check they issue.
At the county?
Yeah.
On a monthly basis?
Yeah.
They can choose their own practices, but that's been the advice we've had over 30 years for, well, probably the last 20 since it changed on how to handle it.
Actually, I talked to the auditor about that and he said it's really up to us.
So is it,
But that's the legal advice we received. Was
Yeah,
it was
I
best
understand that.
practice not
so we
to.
can do it?
Yeah.
You
So-
can if you want to, but it doesn't, there is legal advice for why not to. I can get you a fuller written advice
Like
on
what
that
would
if
the
you
legal
prefer.
advice be? What would be wrong with issuing it?
It's public knowledge, it should be anyway.
Well, I can get you a report on that if you'd like, on
Yeah,
what the
okay.
reasons were.
Barb, is that a big
Decide.
problem for you to issue a check run, like a check statement?
Just press the button, don't you?
Okay, so it's not a huge burden on Barb is what I was concerned about.
It's not so much the burden, but I'll get you the information from the lawyer on why that's the best practice. And I'll bring it back to you.
Yeah. The problem, and I'm not critical of staff because I think they do a great job. But the problem is, sometimes they get dealing in one place and they don't get prices anywhere else. And sometimes you can't be on top of everything, Tamara. And
Everything.
sometimes if I ask a question or a counselor says, how come we're buying this from this same place all the time and not getting any prices?
All I'm saying is you can still come in and request to
Oh, I
review
know
that
you can, but that means
information.
a special trip in. When we got the
It
agenda
could be
right in
sent
front
to
of
you
us.
digitally probably as well.
Can it be sent to the counselors? Because I
Yeah.
could have caught a check that was missing for a couple of months if I had known that I could look at that and see that it wasn't issued to Harcourt. And it took a couple of months just because they went and had to ask again. So it would be nice if we could go through them and see,
Yeah, so.
even if it's just sent to us.
Well, yeah, to me, it's
Yeah.
part of our agenda here, whatever, however that looks. Anyways, it sounds like it's pretty easy to do, so anyway. I'd like to pursue that if we can.
Okay, we'll bring back some information for you.
Okay, great. Resolution, did we do that?
Oh no, we have to go on to the revenue and expenditure report now.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have here the revenue and expenditure report at June 30th of 2024, midway through the year. Just a few items to note. Under taxation, we've now issued our final 2024 tax bills, and we will be recognizing some supplementary billing throughout the rest of the year based on the information we receive back from MPAC. Under building, we've heard today building permits are down, and that will have a direct impact on building permit revenue, potential shortfall of up to 50%. So at that point, staff will evaluate the building budget at the end of the year, the final outcome. We do have deferred revenues that we can draw from to mitigate any building
I think there's a
department
couple of big ones
deficit.
coming along here in July, so hopefully.
And then under transportation, the big piece here is our capital projects. They're well underway, and we anticipate to get the final invoicing sometime in November of this year, and that would be recognized on the P&L. Finally, under the environment, we heard about tipping fee revenue. It is down a bit. Typically, May to September is the peak tipping fee revenue collection period, so we're looking to see an uptake on that. Overall, the municipality is on track with the budget, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Any questions for Barb? I guess we just keep our fingers crossed here. Okay. Resolution then, Mallory.
Be it resolved that council acknowledges receipt of the revenue and expenditure report at June 30th, 2024.
Okay, mover and seconder. Okay, all in favor?
Did we get a mover and seconder? I didn't hear any
Yeah,
names.
we did. Barry.
Sorry.
And Walt.
Barry and Walt, okay.
Do you not hear me say that?
No, for some reason it cut out when you were
Okay,
saying the
you're in.
names.
You mustn't have had your mic on.
It's on, Murray.
Yeah, it is. Okay. Do you want to break for lunch now? Or do you want to keep going for a while? Break for lunch? Is that what you said? Okay. We'll break for, how fast can we do it? Half an hour? Okay. You hooked in, Mallory?
As long as Lori says we're good to go.
Okay. So this is just a do good resolution here, just asking for support. Unless there's any discussion, we'll go ahead with it.
It's gonna take me a while to read it. Do you want me to get started?
Yeah, if it's gonna take you a while.
It will, it's a biggie. Okay. Whereas Eastern Ontario small rural municipalities face insurmountable challenges to fund both new growth-related infrastructure and ongoing maintenance of their capital assets, including local roads and bridges, clean water, waste facilities, and municipally owned buildings, including recreational facilities and libraries. And whereas the Federation of Canadian Municipalities has calculated that municipal governments across Canada are responsible for approximately 60% of public infrastructure that supports our economy and quality of life, but receives only 10 cents for every tax dollar. And whereas the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus region's capital infrastructure deficit has increased by 58% since 2011 and is now at $6 billion and growing. And whereas in 2018, the Ontario government mandated that all Ontario municipalities develop and fully fund capital asset management plans by July 2025. And whereas the EOWC has released a regional municipal infrastructure policy paper showing key infrastructure data, opportunities, and challenges in small rural municipalities across Eastern Ontario. And whereas Eastern Ontario is a growing economy that can grow more with sustainable, innovative infrastructure partnership and investment from federal and Ontario governments. And whereas the infrastructure deficit for small rural municipalities cannot be adequately addressed through property tax revenue, restricted municipal borrowing capacity, and municipalities' limited ability to generate revenue. And whereas small rural taxpayers cannot afford dramatic increases to pay for current and future infrastructure. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the municipality of Dysart joins the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus, the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, and the Federation of Canadian Municipalities in calling the federal and Ontario governments to immediately and sustainably partner with municipal governments by investing in both new and ongoing maintenance and repairs of municipal infrastructure in Eastern Ontario's small and rural municipalities. And that the federal and Ontario governments immediately review data and work together to implement solutions based on the EOWC's municipal infrastructure policy paper in partnership with small and rural municipalities. And finally, that this resolution be forwarded to the Prime Minister of Canada, the Minister of Housing, Infrastructure and Communities of Canada, the Premier of Ontario, the Ontario Minister of Infrastructure, the Ontario Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, the Ontario Minister of Rural Affairs, the Ontario Minister of Finance, the Ontario Minister of Transportation, the Ontario Minister of Economic Development, Job Creation and Trade, MP Jamie Schmale, MPP Laurie Scott, the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, the Canadian Mortgage and Housing Corporation, the Rural Ontario Municipal Association, and the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus.
Is that all?
That's all.
That's good for you. That's a motherhood statement. How in the world could you be against that?
Yeah.
But I don't know if it'll go anywhere, but they're trying, so that's good. Okay, mover and seconder, Nancy and Pat, all in favor? Carried. Thank you. Procedure bylaw, that's you too, Mallory.
Yeah, so I just made updates. We talked about this, I think it was at the last meeting. We directed that the procedural bylaw be updated to incorporate that change to the start time for the Glebe Park and Museum Committee. And then I made administrative updates and clerical ones because our meeting order on our council agenda has changed since the last update. And that's about it. Public notice requirements are finished and we're ready to pass.
Okay, so so you just want a resolution on that or is that?
Yeah, I can read it if you'd like. Be it resolved that bylaw 2024-65 being a bylaw to govern the calling, place, and proceedings of meetings be read a first, second, and third time, passed, signed, and the corporate seal attached thereto.
Okay, mover and seconder, Barry and Pat, all in favor? Carried. Okay, now the member to the short-term rental committee at the county. You? Okay, so that'll be Carm.
Okay.
And we'll do a resolution then, and then it's done.
All Council appoints Carm Sawyer to serve on the Short-Term Rental Appeals Committee for the remainder of the 2022 to 2026 term of council.
Mover and seconder. Walt and Barry, all in favor? Carried. Okay. Planning and information. Here we go. Jeff and Chris, we got a pile here.
Thank you. So the first one on the agenda under planning is for the execution of severance agreement for the lands of Clark. The severance agreement is a condition of the concurrent severance application that received provisional approval for application H-007-23. The severance agreement will implement the requirements of the supporting environmental study related to the severance, and that any other supporting information be included in that agreement. And staff recommend that the council approve bylaw 2024-67, which is the bylaw to authorize the execution of the severance agreement for the subject properties.
And that looked pretty good to me. Didn't see anything wrong with that. Okay, mover and resolution.
Be it resolved that bylaw 2024-67, being a bylaw to authorize the execution of a severance agreement with Adam and Connor Clark for lands located in Part Lot 4, Concession 2, and Parts 16, 18 to 21, Plan 19R-5805 in the geographic township of Harborne, municipality of Dysart, be read a first, second, and third time pass sign and the corporate seal attached here too.
Okay, mover and seconder. Barry and Carm, all in favor? Carried. Okay, next.
This item is a bylaw to rescind a license of occupation agreement with Kenneth and Ruth Hare on Kinesis Lake. They have requested to withdraw their license agreement and subject to any council comments, staff recommend approval of this bylaw.
And they're withdrawing it?
That's correct.
And we need, okay, resolution then.
Be it resolved that bylaw 2024-68, being a bylaw to rescind bylaw 2023-113, which authorized the execution of a license of occupation agreement with Kenneth and Ruth Hare for use of part of the shore road allowance in Lot 13, Concession 2, in front of the road allowance for Hemlock Crescent, Plan 374 in the geographic township of Havelock, be read a first, second, and third time pass sign and the corporate seal attached thereto.
Okay, mover and seconder. Walt and Carm, all in favor? Carried. Okay, next.
This next item is the first of several road closing applications. This is a road closing application and deeming bylaw related to an application to purchase the shore road allowance in front of the property of Kellett on Eagle Lake. General comments were received from the County of Haliburton, and they will be provided to the applicant. Subject to council direction, staff recommend approval of the bylaws.
Now, that's pretty straightforward too. The resolution.
Be it resolved that bylaw 2024-69, being a bylaw to stop up, close, and convey a portion of the original road allowance in front of Part Lot 29, Concession 3, in the geographic township of Guilford, be read a first, second, and third time pass sign and the corporate seal attached thereto. And further be it resolved that bylaw 2024-70, which is a bylaw to deem Lot 29 registered Plan 462 in the township of Guilford not to be within a plan of subdivision for the purpose of Section 50, subsection 3 of the Planning Act as amended, be read a first, second, and third time, pass sign and the corporate seal attached thereto. This bylaw is intended to allow Lot 29, registered Plan 462, to merge with the shore road allowance, which has been closed and conveyed pursuant to bylaw 2024-69.
Okay, mover and seconder. Walt and Barry, all in favor? Carried. Okay, next.
This is a road closing and deeming bylaw in front of the property of Armstrong on Little Kinesis Lake. Again, comments were received from the County of Haliburton, but no specific concerns. Subject to council direction or questions, staff recommend approval of these bylaws.
This is the shore road allowance only, right?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, staff recommended it. Resolution.
Be it resolved that bylaw 2024-71, being a bylaw to stop up, close, and convey a portion of the original shore road allowance in front of Part Lot 19, Concession 5 in the geographic township of Havelock, be read a first, second, and third time, pass sign and the corporate seal attached thereto. Further be it resolved that bylaw 2024-72, which is a bylaw to deem Lot 38 registered plan 493 in the township of Havelock, not to be within a plan of subdivision for the purpose of section 50 subsection 3 of the Planning Act, be read a first, second, and third time, passed, signed, and the corporate seal attached thereto. This bylaw is intended to allow lot 38 registered plan 493 to merge on the Shore Road allowance, which has been closed and conveyed pursuant to bylaw 2024-71.
Okay, mover and seconder. Barry and Pat, all in favor? Carried. Okay, next.
This item is a road closing and deeming bylaw and adjacent to the lands of the Princess Margaret Cancer Foundation on Drag Lake. General comments again were received from the County of Halliburton. Of note on this one, staff have not yet received the deposited survey. So until we receive that, we cannot complete the bylaw. So subject to any council direction or questions, we recommend deferral of this bylaw. And we'll return likely next month with bylaws to be approved.
That's the one that's in the lottery, Princess Margaret Lottery. Well,
That's
we
correct.
have to defer it if we haven't got the money, so.
Yeah, we don't have the survey, so we can't complete the bylaw.
So you want a resolution then to defer it?
Yep. Be it resolved that council defer bylaw 2024-73, being a bylaw to stop up, close, and convey a portion of the original Shore Road allowance in front of part lot 6, concession 10, geographic township of Dudley. And further be it resolved that council defer bylaw 2024-74, which is a bylaw to deem lot 3, registered plan 447 in the township of Dudley not to be within a plan of subdivision for the purpose of section 50, subsection 3 of the Planning Act.
Okay, mover and seconder. Walt and Carm, all in favor? Carried. Next.
The next item is a road closing bylaw adjacent to the lands of Fraser on Winona Lake. We did receive comments from the county, and subject to council direction, we recommend approval of both bylaws.
Okay. Resolution then?
Be it resolved that bylaw 2024-75, being a bylaw to stop up, close, and convey a portion of the original Shore Road allowance in front of part lot 12, concession 2 in the geographic township of Dudley, be read a first, second, third time, passed, signed, and the corporate seal attached thereto. And further be it resolved that bylaw 2024-76, which is a bylaw to deem lots 69 and 70, registered plan 482 in the township of Dudley, not to be within a plan of subdivision for the purpose of section 50, subsection 3 of the Planning Act, as amended, be read a first, second, third time, passed, signed, and the corporate seal attached thereto. This bylaw is intended to allow lots 69 and 70, registered plan 482, to merge with the Shore Road allowance, which has been closed and conveyed pursuant to bylaw 2024-75.
Nancy, did you have a question?
I do have a question for Jeff. How would they determine it to be an area of archaeological potential? Is there some mapping of some sort that the county has for that? Like, just, this isn't something that commonly pops up.
No, and it is a requirement. Chris and I were looking at this yesterday, and there is a direction provided, and I can't remember what ministry it was. Was it tourism, culture, and sport, Chris? I can't remember. But there is somewhere online, and there is somewhere they can look it up to see if they qualify. Typically, most waterfront properties do qualify for at least the stage 1 assessment to see if there is any significant archaeological resources. But in this instance, there's no development occurring. They're just looking to purchase their Shore Road allowance. So the county is just serving notice that if they did do development in the future, they may be required or requested to get an archaeological study.
Okay. Okay, mover and seconder then. Nancy and Pat, all in favor? Carried. Next.
I promise the next few resolutions are a bit shorter. This item is just a road closing bylaw adjacent to the lands of Benson on Eagle Lake.
Not here 2 or 3 times.
Yeah, the notice requirements have been completed now and no concerns have been received. Subject to council direction, staff recommend approval of the bylaws.
Okay, resolution.
Be resolved that bylaw 2024-77, being a bylaw to stop up, close, and convey a portion of the original Shore Road allowance in front of part lot 30, concession 5 in the geographic township of Guilford, be read a first, second, third time, passed, signed, and the corporate seal attached thereto.
Mover and seconder. Eagle Lake, Walt and Tammy, all in favor? Good. Next.
One last road closing bylaw, which is in front of the property of Paul on Tedious Lake. The bylaw enforcement department, has confirmed that the hot tub and storage unit have now been removed as per council's direction. And subject to council direction, staff recommend approval of this bylaw.
Okay. Okay, resolution.
Be it resolved that bylaw 2024-78, being a bylaw to stop up, close, and convey a portion of the original shore road allowance in front of part lot 17 and 18, concession 8 in the geographic township of Guilford, be read a first, second, and third time, passed, signed, and the corporate seal attached thereto.
Mover and seconder, Barry and Carm. All in favor? Carry. Okay. Next, I'm gonna bring, that's it for planning then, Jeff and Chris?
No, we have a few more items.
But they're coming at the end, aren't they?
Well, I believe there's, our next item includes the representative of the CAO from the county of Halliburton.
Yeah, it does, yeah. He's
I
not,
don't know if he's available yet.
so he's not available. Not right now. Well, too bad.
Do you want to move? Do you want to skip that item and see if
Yeah,
he's available by the
come
time
back-
we're done?
Come back.
Okay.
So Bill 185.
Yeah, and this item is just for information purposes only for council. The purpose of this report is just to update council on some recent changes to the Planning Act by way of Bill 185, the Cutting Red Tape to Build More Homes Act. The report highlights some of the relevant changes within this act that will have an impact on the planning process for the municipality of Dysart et al. Just a quick summary of the changes, or at least a highlight of I think the important changes. There's further limitations on appeal rights, and this time it's for official plan and zoning bylaw amendments. The act restored the appeal rights for settlement area boundary expansions. They removed the planning application fee refunds, which was implemented a few years ago. They've also repealed the sections of the act that permitted mandatory application pre-consultation, which will have implications based on our next agenda item. And lastly, of note, there's now new lapsing provisions that can be implemented on certain planning applications. And for certain applications such as plan of subdivision, these lapsing provisions are mandatory. So I have included a link on the report if you want to see a full list of the changes. In terms of impact, it's anticipated that the volume of pre-consultation applications will decrease. In addition, recent amendments that were made to our official plan to clarify the language around pre-consultation will need to be amended again. Does council have any questions about this? I'm not going to go into it in full detail, but I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
As long as we got the link, we can have a look at it. And
Okay.
talk to you. We're counting on staff to understand this stuff anyway.
Yep.
So we need a resolution for that, Mallory?
Yeah.
No question?
Be it resolved that council receives this report related to Bill 185, the Cutting Red Tape to Build More Homes Act 2024 for information.
Okay, mover and seconder. Nancy and Pat, all in favor? Carried. Next.
So as per the previous report, Bill 185 now makes pre-consultation voluntary, repealing the sections that made it mandatory. So in response, the municipality's mandatory pre-consultation bylaw is no longer required. Therefore, I've brought forward bylaw 2024-79, which rescinds our pre-consultation bylaw. Subject to council direction or question, staff recommend approval of the bylaw.
So that's gonna, what's that do then? That there's no pre-consultation, so it just comes directly to you people and you have to analyze it, right?
Yes, in certain instances, we are still going to recommend, and in some instances request pre-consultation. Otherwise, we are going to receive applications and it's just going to go back and forth for months until we receive a complete application. So it is discretionary at the applicant's discretion. We can't make it mandatory, but in some instances, as I mentioned, we're just going to try and keep using it
when you need to, and
it is intended to speed up the process.
Yeah, okay. Okay, that makes sense. Resolution?
Be it resolved that bylaw 2024-79, being a bylaw to rescind bylaw 2020-32, be read a first, second, and third time, passed, signed, and the corporate seal attached thereto.
Okay. Mover and seconder. Pat and Carm, all in favor? Good. Okay, we'll just keep moving until Gary's available there. Harcourt Community Hall. Tammy?
So we are just waiting for the opening ceremony date with the playground, because it has been completed. And, the mulch was delivered last week when we were there. And so we're just waiting for them to give us a date. Maybe Andrea, to get it organized to get us a date for the opening ceremony. So that's pretty exciting.
Okay, so that's that. And what about the West Guilford?
Not a whole lot, Murray. Canada Day went off pretty well.
I heard it was a good show.
Yeah, we didn't have as big a turnout as pre-COVID, but since the last one or the first one since COVID was pretty good. But the park staff were excellent. They did a lot of stuff for us, brought us chairs and tables
Good.
and the fireworks went well, so it was a good day.
Good. Pretty good crowd for the fireworks? Or down a little, eh?
No, it's Guilford's
Yeah,
traffic
good.
jam of the year.
Good. Okay, Rails End report?
Firstly, they're very appreciative of the fact that we waived the park fees for this year. They've got lots of events going on and they're really excited and ready for the Art and Craft Festival, which is July 26th and 27th, 28th. They've got a master gardener is actually going to do some of the flower beds, so that will pretty things up nicely.
Okay. Resolution then?
Be it
Mallory?
resolved that council acknowledges receipt of the July 2024 Rails and Gallery and Art Center report.
Mover and seconder, Nancy and Walt, all in favor? Don't go to sleep on me now, Mallory, we're almost there.
I was muted.
Okay. BIA. Pat, no meeting?
Yeah, I wasn't at the last meeting, Murray, but I conveyed the letter that was sent in yesterday in regards to parking and that
Right.
type of stuff.
And we dealt with that, or
Yeah.
tried to.
Yeah. You bet.
Okay. We also got a downtown for Pride thing in there. And I think this is strictly if it's on merchant's property, it's not an issue for us. But if it's on public property, I think it contravenes the sign bylaw. I know it does. So I just like to say that, you know, and in terms of flags, we run the flag up the pole for Remembrance Day, which is the people that made this country. And I don't think we should have any more in the day for any other flag. I think that, this putting it up for weeks and that's not necessary. Everybody knows what's going on here and I think we just need to move on. I just don't want, flags up for weeks and at the landfills and arena or anywhere else a day. You have your day like everybody else. That's my opinion. I don't know what council think, but anyway, it's not against what's going on. It's just to try and clarify it, because what happens if we get from another other special interest groups? What are we going to do then? Like, what if the Palestinians came out, two of them in the community, and said, we want to fly a flag and we want to have a special day? What are we going to do? So we need something in place, just like we're going to have at the park, where we can treat everybody the same and be consistent.
Policy we should put together then, Murray, a little
Yeah.
later then.
Yeah.
I think, I concur with you. Like, I have no bias one way or the other, but on the same note,
No,
if we
neither
don't,
do
if we
I.
don't put a policy together, then it could be a problem for sure.
Yeah.
Later.
So we need to work on that policy too, so got lots to do. Okay, resolution then?
Just to clarify then, for the decorating of the building that the BIA's asked, it's not
Well, as
flags.
long as it's on their buildings.
No, they asked if we could decorate the front of this building, and we have staff
say
that
no.
wanted to help. No.
I'd say no. That'd be my opinion. I don't think we should. For how long?
It's a week. Well, it's for the Minden Pride, so they want us to decorate the building from the 1st to the 9th, I believe. I don't have it open.
Yeah, and then it sits there for a week and then they have another week, so they got the whole month of August.
Yeah, so they do the awarding
No.
of the contest during their Pride event.
I don't think we want to be seen as, I don't think that should offend anybody that we wouldn't put it on our municipal building. If it does, it does. No. Have I got support on that or? Pardon?
We did do flag for, I think the Lions Club when they had an anniversary, and we did it for when we got the.
Well, I don't mind
organization
doing
for
it,
the
but
Indigenous.
if we have a policy that you do it for a day,
Yeah,
you don't need to fly the thing for a month,
no, they were, I think they were up for a week at a time.
were they? That must have been quite a while ago,
Yeah.
15 years.
Yeah, this policy we'll have to chat about it, because how do you qualify who can fly the flag up the pole, right? And
Yeah.
again, this is not picking on anybody. This is the general public we're talking about.
Yeah,
That's our
that's
job
right.
here, right? So
Some of
to
the
me, in terms of,
municipalities have policies. We can post them.
right. And in terms of decorating the building, I struggle with that too. Like, it's public space on that note. So who's allowed to decorate the building and who's not now on that point? And I think that our flagpoles should be reserved for, like I said, provincial, federal, and even veterans on that note. And again, that's, freedoms of the country, but.
Yeah, that's the country, so. Okay. So resolution then, have we got all this together?
Be it resolved that council acknowledges receive the minutes from the March 26th, May 14th, and May 28th, 2024 Downtown Haliburton BIA Board of Management meetings as information.
Okay. Well, I think we got a handle on what we want to do, so, okay, we can pass that way. Mover and seconder, Barry and Pat, all in favor? Carried. Harvest Halliburton, nothing there yet, Pat?
Maury.
Okay, Kawartha Source Protection Authority, no meeting? And Upper Trent, Water Management, Barry? Or unless Tammy know?
And I haven't heard anything.
Nothing. That's easy. Okay, resolution to go into close then. Gary's still not available there? Okay. Well, he may have to interrupt us in closed. We can just. I don't think it's closed item, but no, we can't deal with it in closed after this morning's.
If Gary isn't available the rest of the day, is anyone else able to speak to it so we can get something passed or?
We have the thing, it's being approved at the county, so I don't.
Yeah,
know.
I mean, it's being discussed tomorrow, so I don't know if you want to deal with it now or if you would rather wait. I don't know if Gary's going to be available. That's all. I don't know if he's gotten back to anyone.
Is there any concern with what they're doing? Other than.
A great solution.
Yeah.
That's my own opinion.
Yeah, I do too. I don't think there's another one right now.
Right.
No.
So, Jeff, are you still there
Yeah.
on the screen? There he is. So the thing that, yeah, perfect. So the thing that Dysart Council has to think about here is, waiving basically our planning application fees, for the road work proposed. So if council's in agreement with that, we can get that done before we go into closed.
Well, I think we should get it done because that's the least we're going to get out of it. And we got to get this solved. They're going to be opening that thing in August, they're saying. So we need to move. They're never going to have all that work done. The county isn't. We're still trying to get the lights at the Industrial Park Road approved in next year's budget there, so. Should have been done 3 years ago. Anyway. Okay, Jeff, so it's the planning fees we have to wait, and how much are they?
Well, it's not 100% clear at this time, but just based on the discussions we've had, it looks like it'll be around $1,800 plus potential maybe legal and engineering costs if there are any.
Well, hopefully there are none. Okay, well, that sounds reasonable, Mallory, so let's do that.
Want me to read the resolution? Be it resolved that council receive for information a report related to road work proposed by the county of Haliburton in the area of County Road 21 and Hops Drive And further that council agrees to waive all planning fees for the road work proposed in the county of Haliburton report number PWS 20-2024.
Mover and seconder. Barry and Walt, all in favor? Carried. So if Gary comes on, just tell him it's passed already. Okay? Okay, go into close now.
Okay. Be it resolved that a council adjourn its regular meeting at 1:15 PM to discuss matters pursuant to section 239(2) of the Municipal Act as amended pertaining to a trade secret or scientific, technical, commercial, financial, or labor relations information supplied in confidence to municipality or local board, which, if disclosed, could reasonably be expected to prejudice significantly the competitive position or interfere significantly with the contractual or other negotiations of a person, group of persons, or organization, and that's for public works, wastewater infrastructure.
Okay, mover and seconder. Pat and Nancy, all in favor? Carried. Okay, 2 minutes. Okay. Notice the motion then?
Yes, I have a notice of motion. There's an issue out in Eagle Lake area off of Elk Drive in regard to part of the roads going over some private property, and I've already handed this in to the clerk, Mallory, and she's gonna read it out right now. That's okay?
Let's see if we can get anyone to support it, so I'll read it. Be it resolved that council directs staff to return to a future meeting with a report detailing the process required to obtain a road allowance for Elk Drive, where it crosses private property on the lands legally known as part lots 31 and 32, concession 4 in the geographic township of Guilford, and further described as part block E, plan 541, and further direct staff to reach out to the private property owner to inquire about their willingness to convey to the municipality a road allowance for the portion of Elk Drive that crosses their property. And further that an agreement be brought forward to council clarifying responsibilities relating to liability and maintenance of the roadway. And further that this conveyance will only proceed based on all costs being absorbed by private landowners.
Okay. So do we need a mover and seconder for that, I guess, do we?
I think Walt would move it.
Walt move and Pat will second it. All in favor? That's good that we're not paying for anything.
Yeah.
In light of the recent internet catastrophe globally, do we have a redundancy plan if that happens on a longer basis where we gotta have a council meeting, but we can't have one because we can't see our minutes?
Yeah, so yes, so that's a really good question. So when we post, we're pulling the whole package so that we could get it to you guys. So that so what happened is our actual agenda site went down. So we would be able to give you copies of it moving forward if it went down, because that was wild. Banks went down, hospitals, airways and all sorts of things. So airlines.
All right.
Yeah.
Second, number 2, not a big one. I've been wondering if we have and this is later on for Rob, but an asset management strategy, what's coming up, like how we're going to deal with these bridges and our roads coming up. And I'd like to talk with Rob. I know Rob's not here. Should have asked him when he was here, but anyway, just another
thought
item.
Yeah. And Barbara's here, so I'll look at her, but there is quite a bit of work in that, definitely. Would you like a report to come forward on it, or?
I think if Rob and Dave and we were to have a collective meeting or something like that, because again, like dealing with what's coming up in terms of bridges, roads and roads.
Yeah.
I think we should have some
Very relevant
foresight.
to that long story of a resolution I read earlier, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Murray?
Yeah. You
Would
want
you
me to
like-
wake up?
Would you like me to read the confirming?
Yes, I would.
Okay, be it resolved that bylaw 2024-80 being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the regular council meeting held on July 23rd, 2024, be read a first, second, and third time, passed, signing the corporate seal attached thereto.
Mover and seconder, Carmen, Walt, all in favor? Carried. Now the adjournment. Is anybody ready to quit?
Okay, be it resolved that council adjourn its regular meeting held on July 23rd, 2024 at 1:58 PM.
Okay, mover and seconder, Tammy and. Okay, Pat, all in favor? Carried. Thank you. Thanks, guys. It was a long day, but